it's fine. Thank you. Hello, Carl.
We're going to have to talk.
Yes.
Well, maybe we can begin. Some of you know me. My name is Carl Gershman. I used to run the National Endowment for Democracy, and I'm still involved with Forum 2000. And I just want to begin by congratulating Forum 2000, Yakub, and everyone associated with it for what happened yesterday, for this meeting, for upholding in the best possible way, really, the legacy of Václav Havel. They've taken advantage of the fact that the Czech Republic has the presidency of the European Union right now, and really what happened yesterday was a very important solidarity action for the struggle in Ukraine. I thought the meeting with the foreign ministers was just marvelous. And you know, it's not just solidarity that they're building. I mean, I thought yesterday, and especially the evening concert, was, you know, a celebration of Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian identity. The thought crossed my mind, you know, if there was a place in hell for Vladimir Putin, it would be to play the electronic keyboard with the woman who was singing last night about Ukrainian flowers and Ukrainian culture. Just let him do that forever. It would be I think that would be probably the most just punishment for the terrible crimes that he and that the, you know, Russian state really is committing, because it's not just an invasion, as we all know, it's barbarity. It's genocide. It really is genocide, because it's a desire to destroy the culture, the identity, the people. Anyone who is who is a patriot is a Nazi. I mean, they've said that many, many times. Any event, we're going to have a discussion this morning about how to build global solidarity for this incredibly important struggle, which has implications, as was said by many of the people yesterday, has implications for the whole world. And the way I'd sort of like to organize it is, I want to begin with Frank, who gave one of the keynote addresses yesterday. I mean, I know Frank as a scholar, a person who is always the analyst without passion. I've never seen you so passionate, Frank, as you were yesterday. And part of the reason is that Frank has been training Ukrainians in governance through his Leadership Academy for Development, about 150. And he's been to Ukraine. They have fellows from Ukraine at Stanford, where he is. And I think he's developed a real affinity for the country, for the culture, for the people. Frank is going to have to leave exactly at 11:15. He's got to catch a plane. He's going to be on his way to Portugal, where his new book, Liberalism and Its Discontents, is being published in Portuguese. So he's going, I don't know how Frank does everything that he does, because he writes books in the middle of all of this. But he does. And so he's going to have to leave right at 11:15. But what I, find, Frank, famous for end of history and so forth, which was a bold statement about the state of the world at that point, but he made just as bold a statement about Ukraine, right at the beginning of the war and then in April, where he said, and he was one of the few people to say it, Ukraine is going to win. But he went so far as to say it would, a Ukrainian victory and a Russian defeat is not just important for Ukraine and Russia. It could, as he said, encourage a rebirth of freedom in the world, and they're keeping the spirit of 1989 alive. And maybe they'll help reverse the discouragement about democracy that is taking place. So, Frank, here we are. It's now 190 days. President Zelensky said 189 yesterday. More than 6 months into this war. Tell us what you think and how it's going, and whether you still have that same confidence, and what do you think the implications are for the outcome of this war?
Well, Carl, that's one of my favorite topics. You may not know this. I started out actually as an analyst of the Soviet military when I worked at the RAND Corporation think tank back in the 1980s. And so I have a certain background in thinking about these strategic matters. And I think that, in a way, the current situation in the military sphere really reflects the politics of Russia and Ukraine. To everybody's surprise, although it shouldn't have been such a big surprise if you'd been watching Ukraine over the years, there's been this enormous reversal of expectations because the Ukrainian high command has proved extremely resourceful. The training that they've received reflects the kind of decentralized, initiative-driven military that really is befitting a democratic society. The Russian military is the opposite. It's top-down, it's centralized. Lower-level commanders can't make big decisions without referring everything up to the high command. And in fact, it probably goes beyond the local high command all the way back to Moscow to do anything important. And as a result, they're kind of paralyzed when they're meeting with new situations. There's been lots of revelations of corruption, very poor morale. Putin does not want to call a general mobilization because he realizes that his core constituency, ethnic Russians, are not going to respond very well to that. So they've been relying on Chechens and Buryats and many other ethnic minorities to do a lot of the fighting and dying. We get lots of reports of very poor morale. And so right now you've got this situation in Kherson in the south where the Russians are stuck on the west bank of the Dnipro River. The Ukrainians have hit all of the bridges that go from Crimea into that area, and so they're largely cut off. And you have this situation brewing now where if the Russian will kind of cracks, there's no way they can even withdraw all of their equipment. They have about 25,000 troops in the Kherson area, and they may have to leave all that equipment behind, which would be a huge blow to Russian military pride in the army and would make even holding on to the Crimea problematic. So I think that, in terms of morale, this is really what I was trying to argue. We've all been discouraged. I've been discouraged. We've had this global democratic recession over the last few years. Every passing month brings a new country, Tunisia, Myanmar, places that we thought were going to turn democratic, and they've gone in the wrong direction. But I do think that it's important to remember what the spirit of 1989 was, and that the hopes that people had from civil society, from the ground up, can be reawakened. And I think they have been reawakened in Ukraine. I think the incredible heroism of their people fighting, it's not just their military, but the whole civil society that's mobilized, to aid in that effort, the degree to which they've come together as a nation. This is one of those political science theories about nation building, but one of the big ones out there is it's actually driven by war, because war is the only thing that actually makes people realize why citizenship and loyalty and national unity are important. And so, in a way, Vladimir Putin has become the father of a modern Ukrainian nation. And we're seeing the results of that, I think, on the battlefield. So that's why I am guardedly optimistic about what may unfold, in the coming weeks and months.
So the coming weeks and months are really a critical period, possible turning point.
Well, as I was saying yesterday, I think Mrs. Beierbach a little bit misinterpreted me. I wasn't saying that we shouldn't hold on for as long as necessary if this turns out to be a long war, but I do think there is a real danger in terms of public opinion in Europe, but also in the United States, if, a year from now, We're still in the same situation. The front line hasn't moved at all. Neither side seems to be able to make a breakthrough one way or another. And then Europe faces another winter with no gas. And that's not going to be a good situation. So I do think that something's got to happen.
But if they can win in Kherson, it'll have a big effect. You know, back in our country's Revolutionary War, when we won the Battle of Saratoga, it really encouraged the French to step up their assistance, you know, and after Gettysburg, you know, British withdrew some support from the South. What happens in a single, this is a very, very important battle that's going on right now. We're going to be watching it very closely. We're very fortunate this morning to have with us the Vice President. You have a marvelous title, by the way, the Vice President for Values and Transparency of the European Commission. But, you know, I'd love for you to comment on this. You know, some time ago, President Zelensky, who spoke brilliantly yesterday, by the way, and I loved the analogy between the struggle in '68 here, what Russia did and what they're doing in Ukraine today, although, you know, he was saying better to win than to be crushed. And ultimately, the Velvet Revolution happened. We want to see this happen more quickly in Ukraine. But he said a few months ago that this is not a battle of two armies, it's a battle of two worldviews. And it has global significance. So Vera, maybe you could talk to us about that. And let's keep in mind that what we're doing this morning, and I'm supposed to see the possibility of recommendations coming out of this, is how to build global solidarity. What is necessary to build global support? Because the support is essentially, it's not exclusively in Europe and North America, but that's essentially where the support is. And how do you extend it beyond? Because this does have global significance. I remember once Carl Bildt, when we were having a big meeting in Ukraine back in 2014, he said, Ukraine is the epicenter of the global struggle for democracy. And, you know, because it's such an interconnected country. And if Ukraine wins, even then, Russia loses, because Russia can't be an empire without Ukraine, and it has global significance. Talk to us a little bit about what's at stake in this war.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. Thank you for inviting me. It's a special pleasure and a great occasion for me to be here during the Czech presidency, being the person from Prague. So thank you once again. Ukraine is my favorite topic as well. The war in Ukraine is not. And one thing is what Putin is doing. The more important thing is how we react. And we have no second chance. We have to be decisive. We must avoid any hesitance and any kind of uncertainty. I think you must have had a very interesting debate yesterday, and I'm very glad that you had reassurance from the foreign ministers that we will remain in strong support of Ukraine, including military support, which is unprecedented for European Union. I could not imagine that one day we will trigger.
And Germany doing that.
And in Germany especially, that we will trigger the use of the so-called peace facility, and we already have invested 2.5 billion euro in military equipment for Ukraine. On your question, what Putin is doing has the global impact already now. And if somebody says that this is some conflict, regional conflict between Russia and Ukraine, of course, this is part of the Russian propaganda, which does not even call it a war. And it has impact on food, on energy, on global security. So it's absolutely crucial that we managed up to now to create the international coalition, the European Union, which remained solidly unified. And it's not always easy to get 27 member states on board, especially for a kind of unpopular decisions on sanctions. And here comes democracy issue, or the factor of democracy, because the leaders of the EU, but also of United States and other democratic countries, they need to have the blessing from the citizens for these decisions. So you ask how to keep the global reaction right. First of all, in democratic countries, we need to every day try to convince the citizens that this is the right thing to do, to support Ukraine in the fight against Ukraine. And for the rest of the world, we must, and I will be concrete here, we must improve strategic communication. In Africa, in Arabic world, we see that the Russian propaganda, which brings arguments for, or rationale, or even excuses for the conflict in Ukraine, is gaining ground. And I think that we have neglected something in the past. And when I say we, I mean all the Western countries, which also are represented in the countries of Africa and Arabic world. And we have to do more to spread our narrative. I would like to say our truth. You said I have a good title of my position, the Commissioner of Values. I would love to be the Commissioner of the Truth. But
well, I think in the meeting yesterday, I think the foreign ministers were speaking as, you know, we are ministers of truth.
yes,
Although it has certain Orwellian implications, which we want to avoid.
I am mentioning it because it's a big part of my portfolio, the fight against disinformation and propaganda, and that's why I am mentioning that we are not able to win this global battle without being able to explain every day, every minute, what we are doing, why we are doing that Putin's war must not be tolerated, because it's the war against human beings. He does not value his own people. I was watching yesterday the documentary film about Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, and there was a moment on the screen, Putin wishing all the best for his people. It was the beginning of 2020, and he said, I have good surprises for you, dear citizens. Всего хорошего. And it was scary because he was planning the war, and he had to know that more at this moment, if the figures are right, more than 40,000 Russian soldiers have died in the war. So this, the world in global scope should understand that Putin's war is the war against the people, against freedoms, against democracy, against well-being of people. I think that here we have to be much better to also to try to win the battle of narratives, which is also very important next to the military actions happening in Ukraine. That's why we are supporting also Ukrainian journalists working in the battlefield and foreign journalists who come to Ukraine to become our ears and eyes to understand what's happening in the country. So what Putin has achieved up to now? NATO got bigger. European Union decided to grow bigger as well. After years, we have decided to take decisive steps relatively quickly to grow and to invite in a quicker way, not only the countries from the Western Balkan, but also Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. What Putin also achieved, and I'm coming back to Europe, that we are taking steps to become really more resilient in Europe. In 2019, when this commission started, we had 3 goals in our big strategy. One was going green, the second was going digital, and the third one was become more resilient. And we didn't have a clue what it means, in fact. Then, after COVID, we thought that we must stop being dependent on others when it comes to critical infrastructure and for instance, medicine and ingredients for the medical equipment. end war. This is a big lesson for European Union member states to become more resilient and to take the security threats from outside more seriously. We, the people from Central and Eastern Europe, we who have the influence, we should have been more vocal and more loud, maybe in warning our Western partners and friends what it means to have Putin's aggressive regime next door. We didn't alert enough. We didn't alert Germany and other countries. We didn't explain that Putin is not a rational partner, that he will not get corrupted with Western money, that there is aggression in his plan, and that European countries should prepare to be, as I said, more resilient and more clever, because it was short-sighted and even blind or stupid policy which we saw in the past.
You know, it's so hard, though. Until the war, they wouldn't listen. I mean, that's one of the things that the war did. I can remember back in 2009, we organized a big meeting for Ukraine, really, but it was a civil society summit, and Havel sent a message, and he was really berating Europe for putting profits over human rights. But who listened at the time? But now, you know, now maybe it's different, because, I mean, it's really, as everyone was saying yesterday, it's before and after February 24th. I want to note, by the way, in terms of communication, and Jakub asked me to do this, that, and you said it's going to be on the screen, I don't know if it is, but there's a Prague manifesto for a free Ukraine, which is circulating, and everyone is invited to sign it. You can sign it online or in the foyer at the Forum 2000 desk, and it's a great manifesto, and it's also an action that Forum 2000 is taking. But, you know, in terms of what can be done, and we're going to turn now, we can talk about the whole rest of the world, but we're going to be talking about Africa and Latin America. You know, how to encourage genuine global solidarity for the struggle that's taking place. Yesterday at the first keynote by the Prime Minister, he said something that might have just been taken in passing, but I thought it was important. And he said, in terms of building this kind of global solidarity, there must be more consistent support for democracies for democracy around the world. And I know, because I've talked to Farida, she comes from a country, Togo. Even I had learned about Togo. I didn't know quite the history. I now know the president of your founding dictator, Ayadama?
Yadama, but he didn't found Togo.
Well, he was the founding dictator, I said. He founded the dictatorship, but it's been 54 years now.
Yeah.
And she's being asked to show solidarity for Ukraine. And I think she has a feeling for the suffering of the Ukrainian people. But how do you get people in her situation in other countries to show that solidarity when they're under such pressure themselves, and they don't get much attention from the rest of the world? So I'm giving you an opening to speak, and I know what you feel, and I share your feelings, but how do we do this?
Mm-hmm. Carl, thank you so much, and thank you all for being here today. I'm actually glad we are having a chance to have this open conversation. As you said, my country, Togo, is ruled by a dictatorship, the oldest on the continent. The same family has been in power since 1967, almost 55 years of father and son ruling the country. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 marked something new for the African continent. We saw a massive population attraction to democracy the divorce from the single-party state, where in my country before 1992, the president was the only candidate in every elections, and of course, he was the winner because he couldn't lose against himself. And in 1990, following the fall of the Berlin Wall and what was referred to as the Eastern Wind, we had multiple countries in Africa, including Togo, where citizens started rising and demanding multipartism and democracy. And eventually in Togo, it led to the creation of our very first national constitution, which was adopted in a referendum by over 95% of the people, where we demanded clear term limits. However, over the years, things haven't really improved in terms of democracy when it comes to Togo. And the same could be said about other countries on the continent, such as Cameroon, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, or Congo-Brazzaville, Gabon, etc. Today, we are here to discuss how to build solidarity, to create a strong democracy. And I would like to say something. Democracy has, for a long time, been jeopardized by the failure of the nations that have succeeded at it in putting it before their national interests. Today, we have noticed how supporting autocratic regimes, forging alliance with autocratic regimes have legitimized autocracy and authoritarianism to a certain level. I understand the need for nations to always put their interests first. But when we have democratic governments like members of the European Union, whether it is France or the UK, or the United States on the other side, forging alliances with some of the most repressive regimes on the globe, whether it is in Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Togo or Cameroon or Chad, providing massive military resources to these governments, you are, by doing that, they are completely destroying the struggles of democracy, the genuine struggle of democracy that the citizens of those nations have been leading for years. Last year, for example, we had a series of coups in Africa, and unfortunately, it seems like our continent is once again basculating towards that military coup trend, with soldiers taking over abruptly. But there was one interesting factor. In Mali, the putschists are close to Russia, and this received massive criticism, sanctions even, against the Malian junta. In Chad, the putschist was the son of the former president, Idriss Déby, who ruled in tyranny for 30 years. And he was killed barely 2 months after re-electing himself. And his son, who is also a soldier, took over. And that coup was completely whitewashed. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, even traveled to Chad to the coronation of the dictator Junior. So people are wondering, on our side of the world, which democracy is actually are we talking about? Is it a democracy that only favors the military, economic, and political interests of European nations or American nations? We have to build solidarity around principles and not solidarity around interests. And those principles are the principles of self-determination, the principles of rule of law, and the principle of democracy. But when powerful nations are closing an eye on violations of human rights abuses, on the hijacking of democratic apparels, and the destruction of any form of national dissident movement, then they are legitimizing authoritarianism. Today, the West, powerful nations, are interested in forging alliance with the rest of the world to defeat Putin on the basis of his tyrannical attacks against Ukraine and his attacks on democratic values. But who are you going to forge the alliance with? Is it with tyrants that are as barbaric as Putin? Is it with dictators that are as kleptocratic as Putin? Is it with governments that have failed as that of Russia? You have to now start to reevaluate where the West has gone wrong in terms of its foreign policy and start building genuine foreign policies that are once again anchored in the principles of democracy.
Well, that's terrific, Farida. And
Thank you.
And when we spoke on the phone on Friday evening, the first time I talked to Farida, I was applauding myself on the phone. But this is a complicated issue, and let's not shy away from it. You know, who did the United States and Great Britain ally with during World War II in order to defeat Nazi Germany? Stalin. And Stalin, this is not just the Soviet Union, this was Stalin. And then we had a Cold War after that. So these are really, really tough problems. And when you have a threat, when you know Russia poses a geopolitical threat, you have the tendency, as you say, to try to seek alliances. The question is, are they meaningful alliances? And I just want to say that in the United States, you know, we talk all the time is that there is no contradiction between interests and values, interests and democracy, because democracy is in our interest. And we have to see that, but it's a tough issue, and maybe we'll have a chance to discuss it further, because you've raised the profound point. As I said to you, we used to have a phrase for this called friendly tyrants. And the question was, were they really friendly? And were they really friendly to democracy? No. Just, as you say, to interests, narrowly defined. But let's move to Latin America. And I just want to say that in a smaller meeting we had yesterday, I just said that the person we have with us from Latin America, Luis Almagro, represents a very, very special kind of leadership. A leadership for democratic values in Latin America, a leadership for liberal values. He somehow represents a combination of commitment to these values, vigorous commitment to these values, but also a kind of humility, which I find very, very attractive and very important. And I know, Mr. Secretary General, that Latin America has very serious problems, and you were talking yesterday about the influence of dictatorships, you know, like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, but you also have Brazil, you know, which has not been a hero in Ukraine. How do you can you build democratic solidarity with Ukraine? What does it take right now in Latin America to build democratic solidarity for the struggle that's taking place?
It is very important for Latin America what happened in Ukraine. It will not be irrelevant. And definitely, I hope that the forecast of Frank Fukuyama may work. Because definitely, these dictatorships that we mentioned, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, they will feel much more entitled after if Russia prevails, let's say. And it will be much harder in the future. So the defense of democracy in Ukraine is a defense of democracy practically everywhere where Russia has a friend, or where usually these friends are these dictatorships. And we have to be aware that this will bring further more practice and bad practices, will bring further deterioration of principles and values, will bring further challenges for democracy in our region, in every region practically, and that with that will not come only these political bad practices and the political influence that they may have in political parties or in labor unions or whatever. It comes also, as was mentioned yesterday, the strategic corruption and the money that comes with Russia. It comes the social media that comes with the effects of trolls in public opinion in Latin America. It will have, of course, further impacts in the solidarity when we defend democracy, because these principles and values that we defend will suffer more attacks than the usual. No? It's not that defending democracy is just a promenade. No, it is a very tough work, in fact. And in Latin America, it's a very tough work. In Africa, it's a tough work. But it's a tough work everywhere. You suffer challenges, you suffer political prison, you suffer torture, you must be there. So it's not a matter of just making politics an alternance in government, in power. It's much more than that. It's what it brings. And if you can perpetrate a war of aggression, let's say, like that, and remain impune, or be successful with that, it will be, I mean, look at the challenges that we have in the region, I mean, with these dictatorships. The claims that they have, territorial claims of Venezuela or Nicaragua, for example. And this thing of using the military for whatever purpose that may exist. So I think we have a serious challenge in Ukraine. We have to build a strong connection with Ukraine. We have to have a loud voice, and the organization we have had, we suspended Russia, and we fired Russia, in fact, as a permanent observer of the Organization of American States. We, of course, made a resolution, a declaration condemning the war of aggression and the human rights violations. So we have done all that is possible to do according to the legal instruments that we have in the organization. We have to have also the political commitment permanently. It is not easy for anybody. She was mentioning national interest today, and some national interest crosses permanently the way of democracy all around the world. And sometimes it makes it very hard to defend democracy or to promote democracy because of these interests are permanently crossing everywhere. And you have seen it in Venezuela and in Cuba permanently, for example. You have seen it even in Nicaragua, that is a very small country. So yes, we have a challenge there. We need to show solidarity beyond the multilateral system, beyond the Organization of American States. We have to have strong commitments, and we have to have a strong voice condemning and supporting in whatever way we can. We implemented a couple of practicalities to attend Ukrainian refugees around Europe with a special medical organization, Latin American medical organization, and of course we have canalized some of the needed implements that Ukraine may need. So we have a lot to do, and we have to have a loud voice about this, because defending Ukraine, the territorial integrity of Ukraine, defending democracy in Ukraine, defending human rights in Ukraine, fighting against impunity in Ukraine are key issues everywhere in the world, are key issues in Latin America. And if these issues collapse there in Ukraine, they will suffer in Latin America too.
Well, that's a good point at the other side of what Frank was saying. Frank, respond, if you would, with your geostrategic intelligence to what Farida was saying.
Oh, so I really appreciated the critique, the hypocrisy of many Western countries. I actually think the French are a little bit more hypocritical than Washington, but that's a matter of...
They always have been.
Yeah, always have been. However, I do think, but I also appreciate Carl's point that, countries have national interests in energy security, in economic ties to other countries, strategic interests that force them to make priorities, and so a certain amount of hypocrisy is always going to be the case in any country's foreign policy. But I think the problem with American foreign policy now is that there's a lot of attention that the United States could be paying. And by the way, this goes for the European Union in its sphere as well, but there's a lot of attention that the United States could be paying simply to call out injustices and anti-democratic abuses in many countries around the world, but it's not happening because people are simply not paying attention. I can give, a lot of examples of that. I mean, Guatemala, we had this very successful CSIG, this UN commission against impunity, and the previous president just kicked it out. And I think that in an earlier age, the United States would have made a big deal of this, that this is an important institution for resisting corruption in a very corrupt country. But, nothing happened because people were asleep at the switch. And so I think that, granted, there's a sort of necessary preponderance of national interest that often dictates that a country like the United States focus its attention and take decisions that look hypocritical. But there's also a tremendous amount of freedom of action for simply pointing things out, using a moral voice to point world attention at these abuses. And that sort of thing, I think, is really not being done. I actually agreed very much with the Polish foreign minister yesterday talking about the Western Balkans, because that's an area that could blow up in a very nasty way in the future, and they're actually feeling very neglected because the attention is turned elsewhere. I mean, it's partly due to Ukraine itself, and they're feeling bad that Ukraine has now moved to the head of the queue, ahead of a place like Macedonia that's been on the queue for like 20 years now. But I do think that, it is important that we pay attention to every part of the world. There's an attention economy that's there that is important. If I could make one other point that hasn't been raised, and that actually has to do with another form of great power hegemonic action, which has to do with technology. There's been a lot of criticism of the tech companies for actually facilitating dictatorship and human rights abuses around the world, for spreading disinformation, conspiracy theories, and the like. And I think that this has become such an important dimension of international politics today, and it's something that can't be swept under the rug, and it's something we haven't also dealt with adequately. It was pointed out, actually, Facebook has been under a lot of pressure to do something about disinformation in American politics. So they've hired a lot of content moderators, and it's gotten a lot of conservatives in the United States very angry at them and so forth. But it turns out that 80% of those content moderators work on the United States, which means that 20% of them work on the other 180 countries in the world. And there's plenty of evidence, of these tech giants actually facilitating dictatorship in many countries simply because nobody's paying attention. They don't really have the capacity to make wise decisions, so they follow their business instincts. And if, let's say, a country in the Persian Gulf tells them to, not talk about, particular human rights abuse, they'll follow that. And so that's another dimension of power politics where attention is actually important. And it's a commodity that, we actually, in the rich world, we've got an abundance of attention. We could be paying attention to these kinds of issues, but we're not. And I think that, that's something that we really need to focus on.
Great. I know, Vera, I think you wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, just to react on what Frances just said, we are focusing on that heavily. I think that the whole, especially democratic world, is now watching European Union, which was deciding several years whether to regulate digital space or not, because we fear of creating some conditions for censorship, which must not happen. And several years ago, I said at a Liberals Congress that you will see one day we will have to choose between Putin and Zuckerberg. And it was taken as a scandalous sentence. How come they are both evils? And now we are in the situation when we had to sit with the big platforms and together with working on the regulation and on the code of practice against disinformation, we had to have a serious discussion with them. And I was asking them, do you really want to help Putin to spread his propaganda across the world? And they said, of course not. We realized that we have to choose the side. And they do something in that direction. Of course, it's not perfect. At least in the EU, we want them to work with the fact-checkers in all EU member states, because it requires the knowledge of language and the knowledge of history. And the content moderation is ongoing with full respect for the freedom of speech. But we have to accept the fact that the politicians do not have the power in their hands fully anymore. That big portion of power lies in the hands of the managers of the private companies established in Silicon Valley. So that's the reality now. If you can give me one half minute, we discuss here about the horrible impact of war on Ukraine and the horrible challenge for the globe, requiring the proper reaction. But one thing which I heard this morning, one figure. Today, the 1st of September, we have 500,000 Ukrainian children starting new school year in European schools. And this is, I think you said it, that Putin's remit is that he's creating new Ukraine. This is what's happening now. Yeah, and this is the task for European Union people, to help Ukrainian refugees to settle down for some period of time, and to help the children to integrate into democratic society. And for me, this has such a strong meaning, because I worked in Ukraine over several years. I was helping Ukrainian government to continue the reform of judiciary, of prosecution, of anti-corruption system. And I was always thinking about, yeah, we can correct the laws, we can correct the institutions, but we will need the people to understand how the rule of law works in democratic countries. And now we have a lot of people in European Union, and this is our chance to help them, to prepare them for coming back to the country and create new Ukraine. I think that this must not be neglected as one maybe positive thing in all that horrible tragedy.
No, it's very, very important that you pointed out, and it's wonderful that that's happening. I just have to note that as that's happening, some issue that hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves, but you know, Russia has deported, I think, 2 million Ukrainians to Russia, including 300,000 children. It's just one of the crimes that they're going to have to pay for, but it's as good as what you're doing is, it's also such a terrible problem of what they're doing, the crimes that they're committing.
As for the crimes, I will add something if you give me the floor afterwards.
Please.
Now?
If you want to go,
yeah,
please.
Okay. This is part of a big part of our work now in the EU, and also together with the American friends, because we have created investigative teams. We have 50 experts, forensic experts already in Ukraine. We have thousands of investigations ongoing on the soil of the European Union, collecting testimonies of the witnesses, connecting with the findings of the Ukrainian prosecutors. And I believe it when we say that no crime will go unpunished. And we are investing a lot of powers, a lot of money, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of trust also, because it requires a lot of trust between the experts in the EU and in Ukraine that we are reading the investigations in the proper way and that we are collecting the evidence, which will one day help us to punish the perpetrators. So this is also the line which is not discussed too much, but I think that this is very important.
It's astoundingly important. It gets to the issue of impunity that Luis Almagro was speaking of. Farida, you know, one of the points you were making in that address I heard you give over the internet, it was that, you know, in today's world with the spread of these problems is so great, even to the United States, and you mentioned January 6th, we're all in, I think you said we're all in the same boat today, and that maybe that can help encourage a kind of greater degree of international cooperation in fighting for these values and these problems. Do you want to elaborate on that point? Do you feel you have anything to, that, you know, because we are talking about building international solidarity for Ukraine, but it's also how do you strengthen international cooperation for the values that you've been struggling for your whole life?
Mm-hmm. Thank you again, Carl. Democracy has been declining in the world in general. When you look at the latest Freedom House publication, in the past 16 years, consistently, we have had far more nations falling under autocracy than we have had nations transitioning to democracy. And that is a cause of concern. As much as you're trying to remain hopeful and optimistic, unfortunately, the tyrants, the dictators are unfortunately winning this war. And for us to be able to counter this, we have to really be honest in the way that we address the issue and we even talk about democracy. I have always felt a little uncomfortable about the way the world has been separated in such that there are some countries that are seen as never being able to build a sustainable democracy, and some countries that are seen as having the moral superiority to a point where they can elect their leaders, they can hold them accountable. And because of that moral superiority, there is this naivety in assuming that those nations can never, ever fall under authoritarianism. But in the past years, we have seen the rise of populism in Europe, in the Americas. We have seen the strengthening of racism in part of the world, and even in the United States, we have had a president with Donald Trump, who was in power, who genuinely believed in white supremacy. So with this tendency of that you have seen with European and American nations that for a long time have sustained democratic values are now attacking the media, decredibilizing the media, are now putting pressure on civil society organizations, are polarizing politics. We have to understand that now democracy is spreading from the other part of the world to the western part of the world that has, to some extent, for a while, sustained an apparent liberal democracy. So it really it is important for the citizens in the countries that are still having some level of democracy to understand that until the entire planet is enjoying democracy, they are still at risk of falling under authoritarianism as well. So it should no longer be the business of the people who are ruled by dictators. It should be the business of everyone to understand that self-determination is something that citizens aspire to everywhere in the world. Democracy matters to those of us who have never enjoyed it, because I was born in dictatorship and my country is still in dictatorship. But democracy matters to us just as much as it matters to the American citizen or the Belgian citizen or the Danish citizen, for example. And to conclude, I would like to build on what Francis mentioned a little earlier about how tech companies have been supporting autocratic regimes. In my country, Togo more specifically, there is a company called NSO, which is based in Israel, which recently the US government has sanctioned, I think last year or earlier this year, for creating a spyware called Pegasus, which the government has been using to spy on activists and journalists. And as a result, in Togo, we have over 100 political prisoners, and many of them were actually arrested because the government managed to spy on them on social media by infiltrating their telephones. We also have the government of China, for example, that managed to build an artificial intelligent facial recognition system that they sold to the government of Zimbabwe, which they are now using to track activists and their movements across the country. So the authoritarian governments are actually supported in many parts, politically, with technologically, with actors across the world, and citizens have to become more aware of this danger. I have to also praise that there have been some efforts that are led in many countries to counter this. We have, for example, the Tech for Democracy initiative, which was launched last year by the Danish government, which is pushing for citizens to now be using technology to fight for democracy. And then we also have the Open Technology Fund that was set up in the United States to support the creation of technologies that can facilitate or that can help counter surveillance and counter autocracy. So we need to encourage more of those practices, and we also need to find ways to hold those tech companies, those tech giants, accountable for their action. And I commend the US government for actually sanctioning NSO earlier this year, but it has to go beyond that, not just sanction the companies, but sanction the people who purchase the services. Because in the case of Togo, NSO was sanctioned, but the Togolese government has already turned to an Indian firm which created a new spyware called Donut Team. So they will always find suppliers. So you also have to hold those governments accountable for using such resources to hijack democracy and prevent their citizens from holding them accountable.
Right, and as you say, I think it's a very important point. A lot of these technologies are not just produced by private companies, but they're sold and spread by private companies. The Journal of Democracy just published the Lipset lecture on this by Ron Diebert, and I call it to your attention. The kind of global subversion that is taking place, not by China and Russia in this case, but by NSO and by other companies. Luis, Frank had mentioned this case in Guatemala and used it as a way of suggesting that it's just limited attention span and people don't pay attention to a lot of problems. I want to note, by the way, that Frank and I had breakfast this morning with the assistant to Aung Mar Zin, who is the foreign minister of the National Unity Government of Burma. And Burma should not be neglected either, because the crimes that are taking place there now, I just have to note that, are horrendous. Many democratic activists are actually not only being killed, but being executed by the government. But there's always been a problem, Mr. Secretary General, of how to get more attention to the countries of Latin America. Even in the United States, it's our, we share the hemisphere with you, but we don't seem to be doing very well in terms of keeping what's happening in Latin America at the forefront, as Frank was saying. How do we fight that problem? How do you get the problems that you face in the hemisphere, and not just in Venezuela or problem countries, anti-democratic countries, but the democratic problems are so deep, and we talked about them yesterday in El Salvador and other countries.
We have 3 dictatorships. We mentioned Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And then we have, we are all imperfect democracies in the continent. And some are doing better, some are doing not so good. But there is a lot of challenges going ahead. We talked about this yesterday, and first thing is to isolate the dictatorships. If you isolate the dictatorships, you already have a good part of the match won, but because from there, as I mentioned, come very bad political practices, deterioration of institutions, lack of responsibility, lack of freedoms. All these bad practices come from the permeating of the ideas of the dictatorships in the hemisphere. Plus, of course, the connection that they have with political parties, with labor unions, with the media, with social media, the influence of social media, the trolls that they have, and they spread misinformation around. Second, we have 3 lines of attack today to democracy in the hemisphere. One is co-opting the judiciary. Second is co-opting or submitting the electoral power. And third one is the attacks against the freedom of expression, freedom of the press. These 3 things are pattern in these countries that they have bad practices of democracy. And of course, working on these matters is very relevant. I mean, how to work permanently in trying to create the best conditions for the judiciary to be independent, for the politics not to get into the judiciary don't get into politics. We have these challenges all around. The electoral power is an imperative to have an independent, a very able technically electoral power. These days we have serious challenges of attacks to the authorities of the electoral power or directly co-opting the electoral power. And that, of course, opens the ground for whatever kind of elections and whatever mispractices, bad practices during the electoral process. Of course, we mentioned we have another challenge that is overwhelming, is violence, organized crime. Organized crime in the hemisphere is, we are the most violent continent in the world, the most violent region in the world. We have 38% of the violent deaths in the world in a hemisphere that doesn't have any war. So it's something very challenging, and it's coming from organized crime. Organized crime is not only that, it's not only violence, it's also money. It's a lot of money, a lot of money. And this money, of course, permeates into the political system in the worst possible way. And how to defend democracy of that? I mean, to support multilateralism is one, support, and to be courageous enough to act for these principles and values. The mechanisms are there, the rules are there, the principles are there. So we have to use them. That is the point. And that is what, of course, what we were saying. Defending nationally democracy or defending internationally is a very tough work. It's a permanent tough work, and very threatening and very demanding. And very likely we are always late. We are always late. We are always late. The international community is always late, because the first reaction of international community is do nothing. That is the first reaction. Let's try that the things will resolve by themselves. And then we have martyrs for that. I mean, we have martyrs here in Czech Republic, Jan Palach, for example, Jan Palach. We have martyrs of democracy in the whole world because arriving late. We need to act and to be consistent and to act on principles and to act on these values, and not to be ashamed of defending democracy, but acting as is a very relevant matter, and you really change the life of people in jail, people that are being tortured, people that are suffering these days because of lack of rights. And sometimes this lack of rights are connected to basic needs. When we talk about social and economic rights, but sometimes access to food, people are hungry, or people are starving, or they don't have medicines. So it's Sometimes these rights are not available. But my biggest challenge is, of course, to reduce the space of dictatorships in the hemisphere. If we open the space for the dictatorships of the hemisphere, then the challenge is much, much harder and much more difficult. If we close the spaces for them, if we put them in the corner, if we just act them as what they are, rogue states, that they are doing the worst possible for the people. That's it. I mean, and you see, all the migration crises have been created by dictatorships in the hemisphere. And I mean, we have one of the biggest global crises of migration that are the Venezuelans. 6.8 million Venezuelans abroad, practically at the level of Syria with many years of war, practically at the level of Ukraine with such a devastating war. And it's a dictatorship that produced that. The Cubans, they even put a port so people could jump into the water trying to get to the States. I mean, just they exporting their social crisis, their lack of efficiency, their lack of capacities, their lack of connection to social and economic rights, basic needs of the people. So if we isolate the dictatorships, then we can do this much better. If we open ground for them, much. It
has to be a collective enterprise, you know, because if it can't just be the U.S. doing it, because then people say, well, that's imperialism, and people like, you know, the Castros, the Cubans, they play upon that.
Yeah, but you don't have to believe that speech. You can
no,
believe a speech of a dictator of that kind. I mean, what is that? So just abandon every democracy in the world. What is the joke of that? I mean, that is not the real approach to anything. I mean, dictatorships need a strong leadership, and they need to be strong by themselves. And I said that yesterday. The oldest democracy ever, 500 years, the Athenians, they just, when they couldn't confront the Spartans, they lost a lot of their democracy. And when they were defeated by the Macedonians, that was the end of democracy after 500 years. So democracy, it is not strong, will not be able to sustain itself. We have to have the best tools to defend ourselves. And what is done in Ukraine is exactly that now.
Before we break, we only have a few more minutes, and Frank, I know you got to go, but I'm going to give you, I want to just pose a question to you before we break, because I know you've written about this, but it sort of came up when Vera was talking about Putin helping to unify the West, strengthen NATO, and all of these different things. I mean, what we know about dictatorships is that they can make catastrophic mistakes, and Putin seems to make one catastrophic mistake. He's destroying Russia as much as he's destroying Ukraine. Is it possible to take this, the fact that the world is now becoming aware of these horrible things done by, and terrible mistakes being made, and Xi Jinping is doing the same thing in China, can we build upon that to try to revive the narrative for democracy, a system that has checks and balances, a system that has feedback from the people, so you don't have these unaccountable leaders making catastrophic mistakes and just continuing? Can we revive the narrative?
I think that, for better or worse, the normative values that people hold around the world is related to power. And so if dictatorships look like they're on the move, they're getting stuff done, they're growing economically, they're stable, then people are going to say, well, maybe dictatorship is the way to go. And if they are then revealed to actually be a lot weaker and more hollow in that exercise of power, then people are going to start losing interest. But there's another side of it, which I think we shouldn't lose sight of, which is, you know, the real problems that democratic governance has experienced. I've gotten very interested in the question of infrastructure over the last few years, because we talk about governance in very abstract terms, but one of the concrete manifestations of governance is building stuff. Can you build a clean water system for your city? Can you electrify your country, which in sub-Saharan Africa still remains one of the most, important issues. And quite frankly, the Chinese do this pretty well. And it's not just that they've got a lot of resources and companies and so forth, but the West doesn't do it well anymore. I mean, I could spend a long time explaining to you why it doesn't deliver on this sort of thing. But I do think that in the comparison, the global comparisons that people make, they are comparing two things against one another. And if the West is not able to deliver on economic growth and actually helping countries in material ways, it's not going to look like an appealing system. And so I think you've got to take the governance part of things seriously. As Carl knows, when I was a board member at the NED, this was the constant refrain that I kept making, that it's not enough for people that believe in democracy to just hold up their hands and say, no, stop, you're a tyrant, stop doing what you're doing. When you became a democratically elected leader, you actually had to do stuff. Mm-hmm. You had to be able to exercise power in a democratic way, and that meant delivering services, security, basic, goods to people that they wanted. And, that's been a weakness, quite frankly, of a lot of democracies, and we need to keep thinking about how to do that a lot better.
We will. It's now my obligation to sum up, and I'm supposed to identify a few key takeaways from this. But if you have to run, Frank, we're not going to be offended. Good luck with your book in Portugal. But I just want to summarize a few quick, I'll do it quickly, a few quick takeaways, which is your point about strategic communication. We have to do that much, much better. And hopefully something will come out of this meeting. I want to follow up on the point about friendly tyrants from Farida, which is that we have to find a much, much more effective way to link these interests that countries have to the support for democracy and not separate these two things, because we all have a stake in the spread of the rule of law, the spread of international norms and values. I think the point you made, Farida, about technology is terribly important as a takeaway, to find ways of both countering the negative uses, the surveillance of technology, but also to counter to support democracy, using these tools to support democracy. We're going to be talking about that at the meeting on the networking on democracy, the Summit of Democracies, right after this session. And I just think that the point that Luis was making about being, what did he say, being courageous enough to act for these values. The abolitionist Wendell Phillips once said, "The price of liberty is eternal vigilance." We wait too long because we're not vigilant. We don't realize that the threat is real. It takes, getting hit over the head very hard before you realize that the threat is real. Maybe that's normal. People have other things to think about, but doing that and then reducing the space for dictatorship, I think, is one of the main points that comes out of this, and to work together on that and to build international. And it's not. And yes, it is Putin. It is Russia as a country, and that's what we've been talking about. But it's not just that the dictators in Latin America will be emboldened if Russia is not defeated. It's also Xi Jinping and the crisis that could come in Taiwan if he acts aggressively against Taiwan. Could even be worse for the whole international community. So we're all in this together, and we're going to have to find ways to work more effectively. And I think that elevates the role of Forum 2000. I just think we have to think about how these networks that we're building can be more effective in alerting the international community to take the kinds of actions that are needed to avoid these catastrophes. Thanks very much.
the technique will work. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be coming with the next panel. I'm already welcoming the panelists at the podium, and please. Hello.
Hello.
And we have the last Mrs. She's coming. Okay, so we are 4 of us here. Well, 4 panelists, 5 of us here at the podium, and we can start our discussion on the topic of Ukrainian democracy. And I like very much the title of this. Hello. I like very much the title of this panel, which is interesting, Seizing Opportunity from Tragedy, a Future Vision for Ukrainian Democracy. That topic can have different layers and levels, and we will discuss it with really prominent speakers and guests here and panelists. I will shortly introduce all of them. I will start with the ladies. Hanna Hopko on my right, who is a former chair of Foreign Affairs Committee in Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine. Hanna, welcome.
Thank you.
Ina Pidluska, who is Deputy Executive Director of International Renaissance Foundation from Ukraine. Welcome. And then there is Jerzy Pomianowski, Executive Director, European Endowment for Democracy, and also member International Coalition for Democratic Renewal, Poland. Jerzy, welcome. So nice to see you, after a couple of months and years, maybe. And the last guest is Christopher Walker, who is Vice President, Studies Analysis from National Endowment for Democracy, and member of the Program Council of Forum 2000, also the member of the International Coalition, as Jerzy, for Democratic Renewal, but the United States. So these are our panelists for today. So I will try to set up the scene of the discussion and ask maybe for the first round to have for all panelists the same question. Well, now President Zelensky was here at the very beginning, from the first words or first sentence, one of the first sentences of this conference, named as an informal leader of the free world. And this war was several times characterized as the big battle on the global scale between democracies and authoritarian rulers or authoritarianism. Now, democracy is battling for democracy. It's also battling, it's fighting for statehood and freedom, definitely. The war can be a big opportunity also. I mean, however, it might sound badly, but for the renewal, for the commitments, because there will be a big sort of commitment by these victims and by all this suffering. Ukraine really can emerge as a country which is also leading the free world, which is leading by example, really being able to die for freedoms. There were many initiatives before this war started and when the Ukraine was set on the EU path. Many initiatives in the democracy promotion, democracy agenda, and the fact that Ukrainians are fighting so hard for these values. This is the evidence that many of them were successful. Still, there were many deficiencies of that democracy, rule of law, corruption, and so on, things which need to be eradicated, oligarchic system. So my first question, what is needed to be done that Ukraine really is emerging as a great democracy, which can even lead by example, not only in the region, and where you see the main challenges for that? And I will give the floor for the first answer to Hanna Hopko.
Ladies first, thank you, Yaroslav, and let me express my gratitude to the Czech Republic and all free nations for helping Ukraine for all these 8 years of ongoing Russian aggression, and especially after the full-scale escalation in February 24. So actually, I could say that Ukraine is a democracy in action. So no doubt that Ukraine is a truly true democracy and the vibrant civil society of Ukraine. Also, fighting spirit of Ukrainian armed forces. Also, volunteers and Ukrainians who joined to territorial defense. It all helped us to defend our country, and when the Blitzkrieg scenario failed, and then during these days, when Ukrainian armed forces are conducting counter-offensive operations, it brings more hope that Ukraine is winning and will win the war, and 92% of Ukrainian population, they believe that Ukraine will win the war, and the victory means restoration, full restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty, which means that complete Ukrainian victory means Donbass and Crimea back. But thinking about Ukraine democracy, especially today when there is September 1st and Ukrainian kids are starting their new year, I'm thinking about the future. Because I'm missing my daughter, and we are now, like, mostly all Ukrainian families, they are divided. And thinking about the future of my daughter, I want my daughter and other Ukrainian kids, next generations of Ukrainians, with now contribution to the protection of global democracy, to be in safe position, like no wars anymore, like never again totalitarianism happen. And it requested to remind you about one interesting history facts. And let me go to 1946. Just after the World War II, one political network was established. This was the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Ukrainians, together with another displaced persons, which were sitting in camp of Nazi Germany and others from Lithuania, Czechs, others, they established the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Why I'm mentioning this now? Because one of the founders of this was Yaroslav Stitsko, and in 1930, he believed that Ukraine should become a center for other stateless nations, looked like an even greater utopia. Can you imagine at 1930, when Ukrainian dissidents, Ukrainian people who were forced to flee Ukraine, they had a dream to become an epicenter of fight for freedom. And when Ukraine as a state did not exist on the world map, but Ukrainians were dreaming about freedom for captive nations. And 63 years ago, a US president established the week, the Captive Nations Week. And why I mention this anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations? Because when it was formed in 1946, but then, and I'm very thankful to the organizers to see a lot of Taiwanese representatives here these days, because in 1945, Yaroslav Stitsko visited Taiwan, and in 1957, anti-Bolshevik bloc of nation mission headed by Ukrainians was opened there. So now we're also discussing about potential and strengthening contacts and cooperation with Taiwan, and recently in Ukrainian parliament, the interfaction parliamentary group, Ukraine-Taiwan was established. And let me finish answering on your the questions. Why history matters and why I mention these particular cases. So all the Ukrainians, together with other nations, captive nations, in last century, they contributed a lot to, how to say, to help the evil empire to disappear. And really, in 1991, as Soviet Union was disintegrated, President George Bush convened his National Security Council to decide how to handle the splintering superpower. And at that time, Dick Cheney he reported that he wrote to that saying like, wanted to see the dismantlement not only of the Soviet Union and the Russia Empire, but of Russia itself, so it could never again be a threat to the rest of the world. So unfortunately, subsequent US policymakers failed to see that the end of the Soviet Union was not just a defeat of communism, but also a defeat of colonialism. So I think Ukraine's democracy inside country matters as a successful, inspiring example to defend democracy globally. So we are all interdependent. So, and as a civil society representative with 5 years of service in the parliament, I could say that it's crucially important that we win this war because, like in last century, this anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations contributed a lot for disintegration of the evil empire. And now it's not just for us to restore territorial integrity. God's purpose on Ukraine, or we have bigger mission. And this bigger mission is to help the captive nations finally to be free. And it's not just about nations or indigenous people suffering at the territory of Russian Federation, Uyghurs and others. It's about defending freedom, dignity, defending universal values, and this is, I think, geopolitical mission of Ukraine's democracy. And the more we protect democracy inside Ukraine, the better and stronger our position is at the global arena to help also democratic nations to unite efforts and not to allow authoritarianism to consider long-term war as a chance or opportunity for them. So my call, the faster Ukraine wins, the faster we defend democracy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Before I will go to Jerzy Pomianowski with my question, I will throw up to the air just one question for the reflection, and it will be a little provocative. How much the fight for statehood and independence is identical with the fight for democracy? Because I can understand that anti-Bolshevik league and movement was fighting as in 19th century, 1830, for example. That was these were battles for independence. Democracy back then was not the issue. So how much this is the identical and the bundle? This is just for the reflection, but I'd like to turn to Jerzy with all these previous questions, but also you have done so much in Ukraine, work with civil society, which in Ukraine is vibrant. It is producing ministers and it is having such a strong influence. So what is your thought about the future, and what do you think, how was it successful, all this effort? We see it was successful, but if you can elaborate, please.
Thank you, Jaroslav, and thank you, Forum 2000, for inviting. We are permanent guests, so it was last year when I was here, and I am here again, and that's a great pleasure. All the venue maybe is not that beautiful as previous one for those who weren't here before, but it's gorgeous from the point of view of presence and organizers, so thanks a lot again. Answering your question, let me start with the two important, I would say, statements. First, that all the title does bring a certain element of optimism or something that we would like to see and look for the future. We should always make a specific caveat. that the war is not an opportunity for anything. War is bad. And by all means, it should be always avoided. If it happens, and here we know who is aggressor, who is perpetrator, but when it happens, we have to find a way, and as Hannah said, to end it as quickly as possible. And then exactly to find a ways out. So that statement is important because sometimes people, and also politicians, trying to twist this logic of strategy, saying that sometimes, you know, war is an instrument of achieving something that should never be accepted in a civilized world. And that is important always to make sure that we are putting this in the right context. Second point I want to make is, and this is more to what Hannah said, and also your question about fight for democracy and fight for independence. War by itself does not remove any past wrongdoings and mistakes. So all problems Ukraine was facing before the war will re-emerge after the war. We have to be aware of it. We are working with the Ukrainian civil society for the last 10 years, and this is enormously vibrant and important part of the society, and this is a change maker and a driver for change, and it is actually the best part of the society. But there are many problems that are now hidden because of the war, but they will re-emerge. The oligarchs are there. Oligarchs' own media are there and will remain. The corruption and the lack of proper institutions were before the war. They will be there. And many, many other problems that we are all, who knows Ukraine well, aware, they will re-emerge. But they will re-emerge in a different context. And this is the chance. This is the chance. This is the moment when, if civil society or media people will say that everyone who gives a bribe is a collaborator, and everyone who takes a bribe is a Russian agent, that will have a new meaning, because that will have a meaning of life and death. That the corruption, bribery is not just a part of the business. It is something that is killing a nation, similarly as Russian soldiers are killing the nation. So if we take this element of new emotion for the new country building, then we have a chance. We, as international supporters, and they as Ukrainians themselves. Now, let me bring to your attention a very simple document that was written just July this year, 2 months ago, by the Civil Society for a Lugano conference that took place in July 3rd, the reconstruction conference by governments mainly, but the civil society was present there. And they wrote 2 pages Lugano Manifesto, the Manifesto Civil Society, where they established key priorities, key elements that they believe needs to be followed for the successful reconstruction, but they also wrote several points of red lines. In a sense, they were trying to say what, and 250 organizations signed this document, including Hannah's and many others that are present here. So it's a very powerful document, and those people will be the guardian of those principles. And these are actually a very right elements that we can easily summarize now as, I would say, with just quoting some of red lines. Where are the biggest threats for the democracy building after the war? First, freezing the conflict or postponing its resolution, which will make it possible for Russian Federation to recover, get stronger, to continue the war against Ukraine, or create obstacles to Ukraine development. It's a very clear message to those who will be negotiating whatever peace or ceasefire. Destruction or oppression of identity, culture, language rights, and freedoms of citizens. Ukraine is a multi-ethnic country, and it's the beauty of it. And that civil society is fully aware of it, that it has to be preserved. Dismantling of democratic institutions, system checks and balances, rejections of democratic process or their manipulation. How long it took to nominate the prosecutor, anti-corruption prosecution. it shows that these are very actual issues and will be even more actual after the end of the war. Enhancing government interventionism in the economy, the reconstruction process that is naturally centralized with a huge inflow of money from abroad, gives a unique position for government and sometimes even a good argument to centralize control over economy, because it is after war reconstruction. And the civil society, Ukrainian civil society says, no, we have to maintain government and a proper distance from economy, because economy has to be as democratic as societies. And among those signatories are also business organizations. This is very important to understand. Reduced transparency in public administration, expanding of practices that gives rise to corruption. This is a very clear message that is not new. This is the same message Ukrainian civil society was promoting for the last 10 or even more years. And finally, rejection of European and Euro-Atlantic integration. That is the moment where civil society will see no chance we can build democracy without our identification with European and Euro-Atlantic standards. So, just to start this discussion, I wanted to bring to your attention, for those who haven't noticed, this is a very useful document, and it is important that these 250 civil society organizations, representing a large spectrum of the society, they are they're going to be guardians of those principles. And that means this will not just stay on the paper. They will do this in action in every part of their different portfolios, activities, and specializations. And this is the best part of the Ukrainian society that makes me feel more positive about the future.
Super. Thank you very much, Jerzy. I will now turn to Ina with the big set of questions, but inspired also by Jerzy. The situation of that war, which is a tragedy and requires a strong government, strong leadership. The government needs to be able to be successful in that war, needs to concentrate power economically, also in the decision-making, etc. And the civil society, of course, over the time will require a distribution of the power. But there is a certain dichotomy. So how to, over the time when the war is over, still there will be the threats and Russia will be active. So how would be, how you think the ideal shape of Ukrainian democracy with that strong leadership, with that strong power to be able to be resilient, goes together with that distribution of power?
Thanks. This is a great question indeed. And, well, I'll start with saying thank you to all the democratic people worldwide for the solidarity, for the inspiration, for standing with Ukraine, really needed. And this is something which drives a lot of resilience in the country. Now about the question about the dichotomy, it's, you know, I would disagree respectfully if we need to choose between having the strong government, especially during the war, and I fully agree there needs to be strong government, strong leadership, responsible institutions. There's one word which needs to fit there, which is responsible and accountable, strong, capable institutions which govern on a democratic mandate, which do take democracy into account, which are based on values and which have people's interests at the core of whatever they do. And the other side of that is democratic participation, freedoms, civil liberties for the people, and something which has been fundamentally important and which is an absolutely tremendous and indispensable part of Ukraine winning this war and winning it as a successful European democracy. And this is participation. This is people's power, people's voices, everybody's commitment to do whatever they can in a place where they are with the resources they have, to bring together the efforts, to share responsibilities, to understand what the priorities are and who's the best and in what capacity and with which functions to deliver the success which is needed at a specific point. So your earlier question was here, and actually I agree with this comment that attributions sometimes are difficult, but to an extent we can say that because the support for democracy was so massive and so long-term and so comprehensive at all levels, including the support for the government and the institutions and for the civil society, Ukraine has been standing so strong, and it will win this war, because democracy does win over the genocidal dictatorship which Ukraine is facing. And three things which are indispensable, and they cannot be separated one from the other, and they cannot be in any other priorities. I'm just mentioning them in this sequence, but they can really, this is not like this, not vertical, there's a horizontal. So one is the strong, robust, engaged civil society which has meaningful participation at all levels in whatever is the country doing to achieve, to succeed. Jerzy, thank you so much for mentioning the Lugano Declaration, and indeed so many, like hundreds of civil society organizations participated in endorsing it, and there's a very productive, very wide work happening now at all levels, including business associations, people working on economic resilience, people working on making recovery just for the most vulnerable, for people in communities, those who really would need special support, people who are looking at how recovery is going to be green and sustainable. And it's not just about reconstruction. I don't like the word reconstruction because it's about the physical side of it. What we are talking about is recovery, which would include institutions. And that's the second ingredient I really want to see. And we mentioned it before, and thank you so much for raising this. And again, this is not a dichotomy. Strong, accountable public institutions filled with people who take responsibility, who are creative to, well, an extent that they know how to deal with unprecedented challenges that nobody has dealt with before. But this is all done with respect for the rule of law, with respect for the institutions. And strong, robust democratic institutions would not just involve the government. And if we talk about how support for democracy can be strong and effective, it's not just support for the government or the civil society. These things are together, and when I talk support for institutions, I do mean strong parliament as well, strong political parties, democratic political parties as well, independent media which are supported as well. So, and the third part, but probably I should have started with it, but we've spoken about it so much. For me, it's extremely important, and I know it's extremely important as a key driver for Ukrainians, which is future membership in the European Union, which is about values, which is about, it's a democratic community. It's a way to make Ukraine a successful European democracy. 94% now say that they would support Ukraine's membership in the EU, and they mean it. They know the difference between being part of a democratic world and part of non-democratic systems. There's one last figure I want to mention before I stop here at the moment. For over 25 years, a partner organization, which is the Democratic Initiatives Foundation, have been measuring once a year for the Independence Day of Ukraine. They have been measuring public opinion, and they were asking the question, well, one of many, which is, what's the best form of governance for Ukraine this year? 64% Ukrainians have answered, this is democracy. It's a fully fledged democracy with functioning institutions. It's the highest since this question was first asked in all these years. And I know that Ukrainians now know why they are fighting for democracy and dying for democracy and trying to make sure and do their best that all the losses and the terrible cost Ukraine has paid for democracy will not be wasted. Stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you removed artificial dichotomies in your arguments, and I liked very much your answer to that. I will turn now to Christopher. Opportunities for Ukrainian democracy in the future. Where you see these opportunities, how it should be seized, and what we can do for empowering these opportunities.
So thank you, Yaroslav, for the introduction and to the organizers for this. And it's a real privilege for me to be on the panel with my fellow co-panelists. I might say right at the outset, Ina made this observation that Ukrainians get inspiration and resilience from the solidarity from democracies, but I really think it's fair to say that the converse is true as well, that Ukrainian courage and commitment is actually reinvigorating the way democracies think about this, and it's a really important point. Just a few observations, some of which might build on observations by some of my fellow panelists. I think one thing I would say that hasn't come up, and I would emphasize this point, is that Ukraine is actually fighting multiple dictatorships. And, to the extent the democracies reflect on why we should be supporting Ukraine, all the reasons we've stated are quite clear so far. Ukrainians are fighting for their sovereignty, their independence, for their democracy. But Ukraine is fighting a dictatorship in Russia. It is fighting a dictatorship in Minsk. And it's fighting a dictatorship in Beijing who's providing support to Russia's effort in Ukraine. And we shouldn't lose sight of this. We can go into details on how this is being executed and supplied, but that's a big deal. I mean, these are major powers that are all, one way or another, looking to undermine Ukraine's aspirations, and it's all the more reason why democracies should support Ukraine's rightful ambitions to chart its own course. I think the efforts at decentralization that have been underway in Ukraine for quite some time, it predates the full-blown conflict, are really a feature of Ukraine, and Ina and Hanna both alluded to this, of its development and the way it's sought to achieve its democratic ambitions. It was true before. It's shining through during wartime in all the ways that we're seeing. It's really been this innovation and resilience coming from the non-governmental sector that's expressed itself. And I would suggest that this needs to be safeguarded and empowered in the future. We can't predict the future. We don't know if there's going to be, what a less violent arrangement will look like. But I think it's fair to say that the decentralization and the role of the groups that have really stepped up in the recent past will be critical to this. And just as a matter of principle, that's something we should all keep in mind. And the National Endowment for Democracy, the European Endowment for Democracy, and others have made this a feature of its support and will continue to do so on that count. The other thing I would say, we talk about independent media and how to see the best version of independent media express itself in Ukraine, given all the challenges that independent media and successes that Ukraine has had over the many years since its independence. Maybe I'll just speak to a slightly different version of this, which was alluded to, which is that as part of its comprehensive warfare on Ukraine over a very long period of time, the Russian Federation, both within the transatlantic community, but as we're seeing now in the global south, has really put a lot of effort and resource into shaping the way people see Ukraine. And that's something that needs to be contested. I think the authorities in Ukraine recently in particular, and wider society, have done a remarkable job in the recent past responding to this. But there's a lot more that can be done on that front. And Viera Yorova alluded to this earlier in the day, that she has been unpleasantly surprised by the degree to which perceptions and the way many people in societies in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and elsewhere see Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine. They see it in, I'll be diplomatic, in highly unusual ways. And it's not a healthy thing. And so I think as part of this larger discussion on how we think about independent media in Ukraine per se, I think there's a larger conversation among the community of democratic states to think about how we defend in a meaningful way the way in which Ukraine is seen in the wider world and a democratic Ukraine is seen in the wider world. And what it reminds us is that the world of ideas really, really matters. And the authorities in Moscow, the authorities in Beijing, and such settings, they really invest in this and they make it a priority. Sadly, the authorities in the leading democracies have not done quite the same thing in the recent past, but there may be things we learn and come out stronger from this experience that will allow us to make the arguments that need to be made on the merits, in my view, explaining what's happening. This isn't about twisting the truth or this kind of thing. It's about making the arguments on the merits of what's happening and making sure that we rebuff, rebut, and contest on an ongoing basis the corrosive, toxic arguments that come out of Moscow state media on a daily basis. So maybe I'll leave it with those points for now, but happy to expand later.
Excellent points. I'm so pleased that you mentioned the third world, and it's interesting because during the Cold War, that was also the focus of the Soviet Union and communist propaganda. But these days, there was decolonization ahead of the free world, and there was also the universalistic idea of communism, which was inspiring many people. Today, we have just two authoritarian superpowers, or powers, big powers, which are spreading corruption, and basically what they are proposing to the world is coming back to the colonial system. They call it, or Russians call it, multipolar world, but basically what they mean, this is a colonial set of colonial systems globally. It's interesting that it's still somewhere attractive in the world, but it's up to us to explain that goal. I'm so pleased that you mentioned decentralization as a source of resilience. The Czech presidency will do one of the events focused on resilience. The 2nd of November, there will be the conference called Resilient Municipality. And of course, there will be reconstruction of Ukraine and cities for cities and plenty of other topics. But decentralization will be discussed, and indeed, we consider this as a source of resilience in Ukraine. It's a very important point. Now, I would like to take all this debate into the context of the European integration. And Ina already started and mentioned that this is part of all this shape of future Ukrainian democracy should be part of the European integration process. Yesterday at this podium we heard that Ukraine should be, if not tomorrow, then after tomorrow, member of the European Union. Now, what Jerzy said, there will be, again, re-emerging of oligarchs which did not disappear, maybe. There will be old illnesses which will be coming back, but the context will be new. And that context will be a chance. So let's take a look at the timeline. And I would like to ask Hannah, because maybe after tomorrow would be too early for that broader context and that new opportunity to be ripe for Ukraine joining in the European Union. How you see this new opportunity in the context of the EU integration?
I think after the Orange Revolution, we missed this opportunity to become a member of the European Union, and also visa liberalization processes. And only after the dignity revolution, and now we received the candidate status, which are, I think, not symbolic, but real geopolitical signal to Russia as an aggressor state. And I hope the sooner the better the US Congress will designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, which is really important, looking what's going on in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and others. So this is really important. But coming back to your question on the EU membership perspective, let me remind that in 2019, as a member of parliament, I was a part of the decision of Verkhovna Rada when we incorporated into the constitution of Ukraine that we we have two strategic foreign policy goals: to become members of the EU and NATO. So let's not forget about NATO, and I think it's also important to think about this. But Ukrainian government, Ukrainian parliament, civil society organizations working together. Of course, we would like to see more access to parliament and the martial law create some obstacles, but in meeting the criteria and implementing the commitments after the candidate status was granted to Ukraine. But there is one very serious question. You mentioned Ukrainian oligarchs. And for me, this is one of the most tough questions, because Ukrainian oligarchs, they banned me on their TV channels. For last almost 8 years, you couldn't see people like me on the oligarchic TV channels. They have the list of loyal people, and if you criticize oligarchs, they have a policy, you will be in the blacklist. And it's like all oligarchs: Akhmetov, Kolomoisky, Pinchuk, Firtash, and others. So this is also the way why media de-oligarchization is key. And during the full-scale escalation, one oligarch like Akhmetov, he sold his TV channel, because he also understands that for different pragmatic reasons as well. So I think it's also a chance for Western community to help Ukrainians, because media is about money also. It's not just about freedom of speech, values, and others. And this is great that in Ukraine social networks, there are famous bloggers with like millions of audience, and Ukrainians are now tend more receiving news from internet and internet media than from TV channels and others. So this is a great chance. But all this, what Jerzy mentioned, and I'm really very thankful to European Endowment for Democracy for all the years, starting from the Dignity Revolution, how they helped us with the reanimation package of reforms when the coalition of civil society was formed with the idea to change the system through adoption of key legislation: anti-corruption, judiciary, decentralization, amendment to budget and tax codes, actually to destroy this vertical of power and implement decentralization reform. So this is really important, but talking about this, how these oligarchs and all the problems will re-emerge in different contexts. I think that also the West should demonstrate leadership. One example, Mr. Firtash, pro-Russian oligarch, who is sitting in Vienna last 8 years, waiting for extradition to the US. And as a reform-minded person, I have a question to Austria and other nations. Why? For 8 years, we haven't seen the extradition of oligarchs who are close to Kremlin. So I think it's a common responsibility. It's not just about de-oligarchization of Ukraine. It's also about preventing of negative influence or strategic corruption, dirty money from not just Ukrainian, Russian, Kazakh, and other oligarchs. So we are just reading news about infiltration of Russians, KGB, FSB in German official institutions. So it's a huge problem also for West. So I think the response on hybrid threats to democracy, lawfare, strategic corruption, disinformation, we should find together. Yes. And when Ukraine banned Russian TV channels, so and we were like asking also the European Union to do the same, not to allow toxic Russian propaganda to use information space, media, for spreading fake information and others. So I think this is internal threat, and my response, since we mentioned decentralization, And thanks for organizing this resilient municipality conference, because I believe in local communities, grassroots, and this bottom-up approach. And we in our civil society ends, we invested a lot of efforts in growing new leaders from local communities with their experience of solving local social environment, energy efficiency, other problems. So one day they will run for parliamentary elections. They will represent Ukraine with the experience of solving local problems at the national level in executive branch. So this is, I think, investment in reputable leaders from local communities. This is what we have to protect by organizing this conference, because I was really very sad not seeing two mayors from Chernihiv and Mykolaiv at Lugano recovery conference because of some strange reasons. So this is, I think, decentralization reform and also economic recovery, because we have to talk about middle class. It's key for us. Because for all this Orange Revolution, Dignity Revolution, and now the biggest contribution to the armed forces of Ukraine, it's ordinary Ukrainians, all their savings sent into, it's not oligarchs. If you analyze how much money oligarchs donated to armed forces, sorry, they have stolen billions of dollars. And now they are like peanuts given to Ukrainian armed forces. So this is why I think middle class, and I'm really worried about, because all savings people contributed already, and the businesses are stopped and others. So we have to think about economic recovery and how to support now, like IDPs in different regions, their startups, businesses, use digital instruments for recovery and others. So this is freedom of media, middle class, local communities, strong local communities, strong institutions, and support to civil society, which will make a government accountable and transparent. I think this is a part of recipe of future protection of democracy, and not to allow these old practices to be renewed after the victory. And let's also be honest that the society is very traumatized. Psychologically, we will also need to take care about the families who lost defenders, husband, sons and others. So this will be also our moral responsibility to build a society with justice and judiciary reform as not just a commitment to the EU, as also commitment to Ukrainians, because we deserve to see rule of law in Ukraine with freedom of speech and middle class, which is defending democracy domestically.
Okay. Well, thank you for these powerful points, oligarchs and others, independent media. I will use the little space for another publicity for the Czech presidency program. There will be also the conference about resilience of the media. So we're taking care of these issues very, very closely. We do it with Radio Free Europe, so that's a prominent partner, and do it for the Eastern Partnership countries. Now, I will turn to Jerzy, and I will tell you the story just to kick up the question. Right after Croatia joined the European Union, I traveled to Zagreb. And I had the meeting with state officials. It was so nice, welcoming the new people, new member in the European Union, etc. Then I met the civil society. And they said, oh, it's a pity that Croatia joined the European Union. I was shocked. How comes? That was your dream? I said, yes, because all the reforms. And I'm saying that taking into account that yesterday I was moderating the panel, and next to me, there was a Croatian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I said, this is a successful example of reconstructed, transformed through the accession process, becoming the membership, a big success story of a country for Ukraine as the example. But, you know, in the context of the accession of Ukraine to the European Union, how would you comment? What is your timeline, and how to fit the reforms, the conditionality, and the membership?
Well, thanks, Jaroslav. You have stolen actually my point. I wanted to make exactly this point because both Czech Republic, Czechia, Poland, we experienced recently this process, and we know what the Croatian civil society meant. That for those active part of the society, civil society, those who wrote this Lugano Manifesto, for them, and similarly in Poland and in other countries that went through this process, the actual road toward membership is the most golden period. Because these are moments in a history when government really listens to civil society, where government is really afraid of one or another report produced about how this or that chapter is fulfilled properly. So the integration process is extremely powerful tool for democratization and for institution development and for democracy building. After the membership, of course, there are plenty of populist and cynical politicians who say, okay, done deal. Now we can play our games again. So either they were hiding or they discovered it just after membership. But this is the reality, and it is historical reality that we can easily find examples in different parts of EU, and also also we can predict it may happen in future. So I would say, and that may contradict dream, do not hurry. Do it steadily, slowly, but consequently, because the integration process will be the best leverage the civil society will have to impose and demand something from the state, from the government, from politicians. So that's one point, but you have stolen this by this simple anecdotic example, but that's nice to have this similar mindset example. Second point I would like to make is more, I would say, more general, more strategic. In case of Central European countries, the NATO membership came before EU membership. Mm-hmm. We cannot imagine this scenario for Ukraine, for various reasons. But we should ask ourselves why. I mean, we know why, but we should ask again and again. Security is definitely one of the preconditions of successful democracy. People who feel insecure have a natural tendency to be afraid. And the fear in politics is extremely handy tool for populists, with all perturbations and varieties we can imagine, from refugees to nationalisms to all kind of xenophobias and other stuff where you can easily raise through simple fear or feeling of insecurity. So here I think it's more question to us, to Western democracies, to think how we should help Ukraine achieving economic and social stability and prosperity through European Union integration and security through Euro-Atlantic integration. Probably the best if it comes at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Super, thank you so much. We have still 15 minutes, and I will turn on my two on the left, on Ina and Christopher, and then I would be so pleased if we have some time to the questions from the public. Ina, my question to you also about the time frame, which was so brilliantly answered by Jerzy Pomianowski, but would be interested to see that from the Ukrainian perspective. And second, just a thought. What is very popular these days is this idea of gradual integration. Just, you are not a full member, but you are like a half a member or 1/3 member or something like this. Does it fly with you?
Okay, let me start with the gradual integration. I think it's a bad idea. I do not think it's realistic. We never, well, I don't know if it has been tried and successfully tried, and definitely we would not want it tried on Ukraine, especially now. I would just add a couple of points to what Hanna and Jerzy mentioned about European integration and its importance for Ukraine to strengthen itself as a robust European democracy. Indeed, it's not just about a dream, it's about reforms, and reforms are part of what Ukraine has been doing already. There has been the association agreement that Ukraine has been implementing for almost, well, quite a few years already, and so many things that Ukraine has already accomplished and now has taken commitment to complete by the end of this year, well, mid-next year, so that it could move forward with opening the negotiation chapters. Is extremely important because it's a system of reforms. You cannot really say, okay, we do it here and we forget about, say, rule of law and we pick it up later. We now build the anti-corruption institution, but let's do something later at some point. And that's a big, you know, it's a big risk there, so that we do not take consistent actions, but we pick and mix whatever seems to be better, from, like more acceptable, easier, so on and so forth. There is a high risk of falling into quick solutions which are top-down, which seem to fix immediate problems, but which then do not address the underlying things. And one of my nightmares is really ending up with Ukrainians sitting down like this, like they did before, after the Orange Revolution, and to some extent up to the Revolution of Dignity, and said, done, we've been so active, we've achieved, and then we can leave it to the government, good and whatever, enlightened government, to take it on and carry on and deliver for us. This is not going to work. So what we've learned, very difficult way, is that democracy and European integration and recovery and making sure that anti-corruption institutions do their job and people have trust in them because they deliver, it's a daily hard labor that everybody needs to be on. And it's not something at which you can really see, well, let's do it this today and let's leave it there later for tomorrow. So it's really a matter of daily vigilance, because there will be back and forth. There will be political populists. There will be political clientelism which didn't disappear. There will be oligarchs. They didn't disappear. So the importance is, of the moment is also for the civil society, and I'm talking not just about the NGOs, but of the extended society which felt that it has the citizens' responsibility for making sure that all the death and all the blood is not in vain. That is to have two things, basically. It's the commitment and capacity to fix the problems, to see them early, to act on them, even though it may be really difficult. So, commitment, it's where civil society will be pushing for. Capacity, that's where the international community can also play a huge role, and thank you so much for that, for mentioning decentralization. I do believe that change needs to be localized and owned by the people. A lot of what we expect is really developing agency in Ukrainian institutions, and that comes with shaping the support in a way that it does leave the agency and sustainability behind, so we don't have to start anew every time we have a new project, every time we have a new track of financial facility, or every time the new government comes and say, hey, we need to have a new development strategy. I cannot imagine, or can't remember how many strategies I've seen. I have seen very few successful implementation reports, and this is another thing which needs to be fixed. Also, both ways, and EU integration indeed is a fundamentally important part. I don't think we'll come up to the point when Ukraine is an EU member and the civil society will say, oh, we've lost the leverage. That's bad. So I think before we are there, civil society and all other institutions will have enough capacity and commitment to see the problems early and to fix them early. And again, be prepared that problems do exist, even in enlightened, wonderful democracies which comprise the including those which comprise the EU. So it's just the daily work, and we shouldn't stop on it.
Okay, thank you. I like very much that we wish for more successful implementation reports. I will turn to Christopher. The EU has a very clear leverage with the enlargement process. You, as a representative of National Endowment for Democracy, you are doing so much as the player from outside the European Union, and definitely there will be a big reconstruction as a leverage of broader international community. What else the broader international community and the organization like yours can do for make the change sustainable and well-directed?
So I think many of my co-panelists have touched on key elements of the power of EU accession. What I might do is channel some of my friends and colleagues in the region who've had the experience themselves and have reflected on it, and I've asked them the question, and I think for most of them, you know, with hindsight, if you look at the Czech Republic or the Baltic states, for example, it was such a powerful anchor for institutional reform and such a creator of positive incentives, not perfect, difficult, but I think apropos of all the other observations made, you have to ask the counterfactual of what that would look like in the absence of that opportunity and the absence of the accession process. So I think that's something to keep in mind. I think in you know, the current context where there's so many profoundly urgent needs, there's also a real need, both I would say within the context of the EU accession process, but extending beyond it, to do whatever we can to make sure that the urgent does not keep crowding out the longer-term strategic needs. And it's apropos of Ina's observation. It's incredibly difficult for all the reasons everyone knows, but I think it really behooves all of us in partnership to think about what are the things that we really need to have squarely on the agenda to make sure that Ukraine's vision for success can be seen through, to make sure that Ukrainian society has the vehicles within Ukraine to have the needed discussions, but also the mechanisms externally in the way that I think Forum 2000 and the Czech presidency is doing right now. But we need a lot of that in the coming period to make sure that we have a shared understanding of the goals and objectives over a period of time where we can count on a lot of imponderables coming into the mix. It's the nature of war. This is something, you know, a week from now may not be like today in ways we can't understand at the moment. The more that the fundamentals are grounded, the vision for a sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine is understood in a shared way within which EU accession is a piece, a centerpiece of this. I think that has to be in the thinking at a strategic level and not lose sight of it. Because we know that for ultimate success, it's going to take time. And I'm not commenting on, you know, what a timeline for EU accession would be. Just mean, and Ina and Hanna have alluded to this already, that the struggle for Ukrainian democracy has been going on since its independence. It took a step forward and then some uneven steps after the Orange Revolution, the Maidan. Clearly, the current Russian leadership feels strongly that Ukraine should not succeed. And so it's our job to make sure we help Ukraine succeed in partnership with Ukraine taking the lead, Ukrainian society taking the lead. And the EU accession prospects can be a critical centerpiece in the institutional reform ambition. So I might leave it there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So we have some 10 minutes now for the questions from the audience, and I see a raised hand of Martin Palouš. So Martin, the floor is yours. There is a microphone out there coming to you.
Let me to ask a provocative question. What about the future of the Russian Federation? What in your master plan it means? We had here, or there was here in Prague a couple of weeks ago, a conference of Russian exile community. And I believe that most of them were, in terms of values, close to you. Would you find important interesting or impossible to start some sort of dialogue with Russians, or is it out of question in this moment?
Super question. I think it is directed to both Ukrainian participants, to Hanna and Ina. So if you can elaborate on it, please.
So, of course, let me use this opportunity and to ask for more heavy artillery, more weapons, fighter jets, because military victory of Ukraine, when Ukraine defeats Russia, it's a start of not just, it's the end of Russian empire finally. Because Soviet Union collapse or disintegration was not enough to de-imperialize Russian statehood. With the regime change in Russia, we will not change the imperialistic nature of Russian statehood. Let's be very honest. And when in my first speech I mentioned, I want for my daughter and for the next generations of Ukrainians, when their husbands never take arms and go to battle with the neighbor. So this is why, maybe I'll say something provocative. Maybe Russia is too big to be democratic. I don't know. But indigenous people, like nations living at the territory of Russian Federation, they have, according to UN Convention, right for self-determination. One of the examples, like Chechnya. Why Chechnya? The first Chechen war, then second, and others. Why? What's happened in Mariupol? It's something the same happened with Grozny and others. So it's a genocide. Let's be frank. Russian genocidal war against Ukraine. So for us, from Peter the Great, who renamed Moscovia, still in the name of Rus, to Russia in 1721, then Soviet Union and now Russian Federation. So I think as Soviet Union collapsed and all attempts to prevent or somehow the Kiev chicken speech and even Thatcher visit to Ukraine at that time, there is something what is decided not by us, by the history. The empires, all empires which were trying to control Ukraine, Hungarian, Austro-Hungarian, they disappeared. So this is why I truly believe that this is, and why I mentioned this anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. Not because even without a state, Ukrainians in last century, they managed to travel to Taiwan and establish anti-communist league and others. So we contributed a lot to this Reagan statement and position that we win, the evil empire will disappear. So now I would like to see the bravery of Western moral leadership to really demonstrate new vision, not to be afraid, because many, what I've seen for the 6 months, the delay with weapons supply to Ukraine, one of the reasons was the fear of the West or the lack of strategy what to do with Russian imperialism. So let's be brave. And in my office, as a head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, there was a map. There were 4 maps. Europe, global, Ukraine, and one map was the map of 6 republics of Povolzhia. Idel Ural. It's like Mordovia is only 400 kilometers from Kharkiv to the capital of Mordovia. And I think this, besides the so-called Russian opposition, the representatives of the indigenous people living at the territory of Russian Federation, they should be included into the dialogue about the future of Russia. And I don't understand why in Western communities, they only focus on Russian opposition. Russian opposition should go through Russist test. And it's not just about Crimea, is Ukraine or not. There are many other questions. I would love to hear from Russian oppositions how they condemn the genocide, how they demand tougher sanctions against Kremlin totalitarian regime. So let's speak finally truth and let's be brave in our dreams. And I don't have any doubts. One day in the Red Square in Moscow, we will see the 2 memorials. One for genocide, Stalin, man-made genocide in last century, and second memorial instead of Lenin and instead of Stalin, this would be memorial for genocide organized by totalitarian Putin regime in 21st century. This is the only way to see, to guarantee that never again it never happened.
Okay, thank you so much. Too big to be democratic. That was a sentence. I think Canadians, when might think about, about it. But this is a brilliant democracy in Canada, of course. But it's true that many Tsars were coming to the throne in Russia with a great vision, starting with Catherine the Great and Alexander I and some others, with a big vision for liberalization, and then they ended as autocrats.
Decentralization reform should be somehow promoted in Russia.
Yeah, well, I will. We have 3 minutes, so Ina, please.
I'll use less because I think there are some more questions here, and I have little to add after what Hanna had said. So Russia will lose this war, which it started the unfair and crazy war, which is unleashed from the on Ukraine, but also on the democratic world. So whether it will stop being an empire after it loses the war, I do not know, frankly. That's a lot to do for the Russian people. And really, it's quite worrying to see the level of support for Putin's actions. And it's not Putin's war, it's really, unfortunately, too many people think that it is something they should be doing. That needs to stop. And that's a huge role for the Russian opposition, and so including those who are not in Russia anymore. They need to be looking into how they fix this, how few people, much fewer people in Russia would tolerate the genocidal war on an independent nation next door. And it is not just about Ukraine, it's any other independent nation which Russia might attack, might crave at any moment if it is not stopped. And yes, I support the West needs to have a clear and consistent strategy on Russia, how it will deal with the fact that Russia probably is not becoming an enlightened democracy anytime soon, even after it loses the war.
Yes. We have just a very short window of time, so I will give the space for one more question, which will be targeted to one panelist. So I will take two, but each of them will be targeted to one panelist. You have the first, please.
Thanks, Misha Zielinski from Australia. So my question's about, we talked a lot about civil society, about political parties. Ukrainian democracy tends to be characterised by sort of cult of personality parties, servant of the people, Golos. These parties are started by very prominent Ukrainians. Is there a way forward to make perhaps more sort of developed, more sustainable parties that can go beyond individual leaders? And what's the role of political parties around the world in partnering with those types of parties?
The question is to whom?
Either
Ina.
Hannah or
to Ina.
Or
okay.
So either one.
Ina will have
political parties. Can I start with this? Did I hear
I will bring the other question, and you will have 1 minute to the answer, and the other question very short, and then 1 minute.
It's to the moderator.
Okay. So I will be 20 seconds.
What do you think about the final stage of your presidency? European Union. Could it be that the Czech Republic could create a kind of a declaration to the free world that the West, I mean United States of America, Canada, plus the European Union and all the other democracies, in the end of this year pronounced that we are the ones to fight for Ukraine, so that Ukraine will be a full-fledged member of the European Union and democracy?
That's a great question. I like so much. It was like pre-organized, but now, Ina, you have 1 minute to answer.
Probably try even less. Ukraine needs to be is a pluralistic society. It now has consolidated behind the president for obvious reasons, the strong leadership. We spoke about that, but Ukrainians do appreciate diversity. They do appreciate political pluralism, and I do believe that we need and will have, and we do have, political parties, and they need to be strengthened. So that's something which actually makes Ukraine different from Russia and from many other countries which you would make former Soviet hates this because it's been 30 years, 30 plus years, so we should stop referring to that. But still, one of the important things is political pluralism, and that's something Ukraine really is serious about. And there's a strong opposition. It's now united as the whole country for the utmost goal of winning the war, but it needs to be there. It needs to be a plural, political pluralism.
Super answer. Thank you very much. And I'll answer your question. Basically, this is a key moment for one of the key moments for the Czech presidency. We are starting the bigger part of the presidency, and one of the outcomes of the Forum for 2000 Forum for Ukraine will be the Prague Manifesto for Free Ukraine. One of the first signatures is the signature of the Foreign Minister Lipavsky, and many other Czech politicians joined. There are many members of the European Parliament. You all are invited to join in. It's possible on the website of the Forum 2000 and this conference. So there will be the manifesto, and the European integration perspective is there. So that was a great panel. I will thank all the panelists, and to the audience, thank you very much. And Slava Ukrajine, Slava democracy. Herojam Slava.
Slava democracy.
So good afternoon, everyone. People had some lunches, went to sleep, some of them. Good, we are here. Thank you all who came to join us today. So, my name is Miroslava Gungadze. I'm Eastern Europe Chief for Voice of America, and I will be moderating this panel. With this panel, we will honor the memory of great Madeleine Albright, a stateswoman, a visionary, and a leader who paved the way for our generation of women to be seen and heard on the world stage. We gathered in Prague today when the region is in turmoil. Russia is bombing Ukraine, and over 6 million Ukrainians become refugees, spread throughout Europe. Before becoming first Secretary of State, US Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright was a refugee herself. When her family was forced into exile following the German occupation in 1938, and then the second time in 1948, when Moscow, pro-Moscow government came to rule this country. Madeleine Albright is not with us anymore, and I think we all feel the absence of her voice on the international stage. However, we are extremely lucky and fortunate today to have on this panel people who knew her well, were inspired by her vision, and shared her vision of the future of democracy. So without further ado, we have with us today Viola Osmani Sandriu, the President of Kosovo. We have Michael Zantowski, the Ambassador and Writer, Executive Director of Václav Havel Library, and this panel is organized in partnership with the library. Iveta Radičová, former Prime Minister of Slovakia. Jan Lipavsky, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Czech Republic, but he is coming a little bit late. He's a very busy man. And we have the last, Derek Mitchell, the President of National Democratic Institute. So welcome everyone in this panel. Thank you. And obviously, since we have a strong woman leader, a president, I would address first question to you. Madeleine Albright had a big impact on Balkans, and specifically in your country. And you started your career after the war was over, partially because of her. Who was Madeleine Albright for you and her legacy?
Perhaps I should start by saying that absolutely for us, absolutely for the people of Kosovo, but the world, the entire world, is a better, a safer, and a more peaceful place because of people like Secretary Albright. The people of Kosovo have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the transformative power of her leadership. She was a person that always stood on the right side of history, But in our particular case, she became our voice. She became the voice of the voiceless. She became the power of the powerless. She made sure that our very basic rights were protected when so many around the world didn't even know that we existed. She made sure that she joined forces with other visionary leaders like President Havel at that time to protect us from the most gruesome violations of human rights that go even beyond imagination of a human being. So for us, perhaps the best way to describe it was right in 1999, right after the war, one of the very first visitors we had was obviously Secretary ALBRIGHT. She was speaking at the center of Pristina, and once the people of Kosovo understood that she was coming, obviously all the streets were flooded with people. She was almost not allowed to speak because of the chanting. And one of the chants that everyone was saying was, and I'm not sure how well this can be understood in other places around the world, but I know it can be understood here. People kept screaming and chanting Nana, which means mother in our language, because it was felt that she was the person, the mother, that gave us the chance and enlightened our world and our path towards freedom and independence. So her determination to defend democracy and to defend human rights was so strong that we believed that that was the guiding light, of course, together with the determination, the resilience, and the fight for freedom of the people of Kosovo, and jointly with the help of our other partners that led to our freedom and independence. So she also understood our people's pain best because she had to go through similar circumstances during her childhood. So oftentimes I'm asked by journalists whether my personal experiences during the war, during the 90s in Kosovo, in fact have shaped me in the way not to be ready for peace and for dialogue. I think it's the exact opposite. And the example of Madeleine Albright is the one that taught us that she turned her personal suffering into a motivation and a determination to help others, to protect others' rights. And in that same way, her legacy has taught us, the people of Kosovo, that we need to turn our suffering and our pain and our experiences into resilience and strength to help others. So we might be a small country, but we believe that we have a mighty voice when it comes to the examples that we show, because the case of Kosovo is an embodiment of what the world, the democratic world, can achieve when they stand together in protection of human rights and freedoms. So she never stepped back. In the case of Kosovo and the Balkans in general, because Bosnia and Herzegovina in the same case have seen the role of her leadership at that time as UN ambassador, she never stepped back. She knew all too well the importance of speaking up when these kinds of violations of human rights and genocide happens against a defenseless people. And most importantly, she stood up to dictators. She stood up to tyrants. She stood up to genocidal regimes because she understood all too well that appeasement of tyrants and dictators never works. It never brings everlasting peace. So she obviously means so much to every single person in Kosovo, but I would say so much more than just Kosovo. The legacy that she has left behind for the entire world is one that it teaches us today, and not just those of us that had the luck to know her, to be mentored by her, but everyone, even future generations, how important it is to stand on the right side of history, and not just important for today, for our today, but it's as important for our tomorrow, for the future generations, so that we defend at any price the very values that stand at the foundations of our countries, which she helped build.
Thank you so much. We have a... We have one person on this panel who knew Madeleine Albright probably the best. He was a friend and he was a confidant. And he knew very well how she started become who she became. Mr. Zantowski, share some of the stories, please.
Yeah, Madam President, dear colleagues, thank you for sharing the podium and the room with me to reminisce about Madeleine Albright. This panel is about her legacy, and as with most great people, her legacy gets reinterpreted, distorted, misperceived, and many other things. So I would like to try to set the record straight a little. If you ask an average Czech or an average Czech media who was Madeleine Albright, you will hear she was the one who got us into NATO. Well, part true, but she got us into NATO because she was Czech. Again, part true, but the whole truth is that she did much, much more than getting us into NATO, and she did not do it because she was a Czech. She did it for different reasons. So her contribution to freedom and democracy in the world globally, but also in particular in Central and Eastern Europe and in the southwest of Europe, as Madam President just described, is enormous. Another enormous contribution of her was that Madam President was perhaps too modest to mention, was her contribution to the power of women.
Yes.
I mean, she was one public personality who's done as much as anybody else to break the glass ceiling, and at the time she was appointed the Secretary of State. She was the highest position woman in American history. But it didn't stop with that. She was followed up as Secretary of State with Condoleezza Rice and with Hillary Clinton, and she was fond of telling a very sweet joke how her granddaughters asked her, but Granny, what's so special about being a woman Secretary of State? There are none other but women Secretaries of State. So let's not forget about it. And she was often criticized for her accomplishments and achievements and her failures, because she failed in some things, as we all do, were largely forgotten. I mean, she was heavily criticized and still is in some circles for her role in the international intervention in Yugoslavia, in the war in former Yugoslavia, and particularly the operation in Kosovo in 1999. And she was, to her last moment, very proud of what she did then. She was probably the last internationalist interventionist, which is something which he had in common with Václav Havel, the other person in the title of these dialogues, and that stemmed from a common traumatic experience of her generation and her parents' generation with the Munich Agreement before the Second World War and with the Soviet occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968, when the big powers, trying to appease the aggressor, in fact caused terrible evil that followed. So she did that in former Yugoslavia. She helped to do it in the Clinton administration after the attacks against the embassies in Kenya, against Al-Qaeda and the terrorist groups. And another thing that she was also much criticized for, she did it on the sanctions in Iraq against Saddam Hussein, and she's famously demonized for having said in an interview in 60 Minutes to a question, a leading question, a loaded question, whether the sanctions and the consecutive death of 500,000 Iraqi children were worth the price, and she made a mistake of answering yes, it was worth the price, meaning the sanctions, which of course was taken as meaning the children. Well, the fact of the matter was that there were never 500,000 Iraqi children who died as a consequence of sanctions. The later scientific data proved beyond doubt that there was no increase in child mortality as a consequence of the US-imposed sanctions in Iraq. Yeah? And on the other hand, so those were her achievements, and on the other hand, she considered always her biggest failure as the US permanent representative to the United Nations not to be more forceful about intervening in Rwanda during the genocide in Rwanda. She felt she failed in this, and she felt very, very bad about it. So we know by this record that if she were in a position of power, she would probably have done much more for the international community to intervene in the war in Syria, you know, preventing enormous suffering and a number of casualties and of refugees. And she did it in every conflict she was involved in. I mean, some people say that, you know, was to blame for the victims of the NATO bombardment of former Yugoslavia during the crisis in Kosovo. Well, 800 people died as a consequence of that bombardment, which is a human tragedy, and there's no denying that. But what we need to remember, and what we need to remember with the name of Madeleine Albright in mind, is that there were more than 130,000 casualties of the war in Yugoslavia, and that the international NATO intervention finally stopped the fighting in former Yugoslavia in 1999, and people do not kill each other there from then on. So this is the real legacy of Madeleine Albright, and she was also a great teacher and educator, not only at the Georgetown School of Foreign Service, but also when she worked in the State Department and at the NSC. So in some respects, the leading US diplomats of today, like Wendy Sherman, like Tony Blinken and others, you know, are pupils of thought of this exceptional and indispensable woman, as she was partly guilty of coining the phrase indispensable nation for the United States. Thank you so much.
I will allow myself one follow-up question. Since you said that she was on the side of interventions, and you say that she was convicted. Her conviction was to help other nations. In this situation, as we see today, with the war in Ukraine, do you think she would have a bigger voice, and do you think she would act somehow differently, or would she support whatever?
There's no question in my mind that she would speak out. I mean, the moral, the moral aspect of the situation is quite clear. There is a clear aggressor, on the one hand violating all the rules of international behavior, and there's a clear victim of the attack, and Madeleine would be on the side of the victim from the first moment, and possibly even before the first moment, because there was a period before the invasion, and this is for historians to consider, where perhaps more could have been done to prevent it from happening. Yeah.
Now I would like to go to another very, very strong woman on our panel. And Madeleine Albright once said that if this world would be ruled by women, it would be totally entire different world. Would you share that? And you spoke yesterday about democracy a lot and possible failure of democracy. What can we and what should we do today to prevent and save our democracy?
Thank you very much. I was trying to find in my memories the major story because it's important. Imagine, I try to answer a question on strong woman in the politics. Imagine, spokesperson of the Public Against Violence, year 1989, revolution, deep change, preoccupied, 15 and more hours per day, and fighting and fighting and fighting and trying to do real change, so-called transition from totalitarian communist regime to democratic through velvet revolution. And then split of Czechoslovakia, velvet divorce, in comparison to Yugoslavia, but without referendum. We had it in the constitution. It was against constitutional law. So without referendum, without asking citizens, split, divorce, and then, sorry to say it, but we knew that Slovak Republic will be very quickly part of defected democracy, flaved democracy, so-called Mečiarism, with all the effects, negative effects you can imagine, and we knew it in 1993. We really knew it. So, 1998, Czech Republic was prepared to be the member state of NATO, acquis communautaire as a member state of EU, and Madame Albright looked at us. And I was there and said, Mečiarism, you are a black hole in Europe. Phew. Mixture of emotions. Yes, she was strict, and it was truth. But I felt that, okay, we did maximum. Why she didn't see the effort? Because she has seen the effect. And she was right. So the only way what we have started to do, once more mobilize, once more activity, once more civic activities, fighting for new elections, change the government, and then, yes, at the same time, we were the member states of NATO and EU as our better, more prepared Czech brother. Yeah, it's true. You were better prepared than we. Because of the history, because of the economy background, etc. That's true. It's reality. But we did it. But I remember these two words, black hole. And it's all the time for me. I'm looking what's going on, trying to do my best to keep major democratic principles with one more important sentence for me from Madame Albright. Yes, you have to have principles, but you can change the tactics. Not always you can use the same tactic to improve the democracy, to keep democracy. So maybe her direct position, and these two words which then were repeated all the time as a symbol of matriarchism and type of regime we have had, was crucial in mobilizing political elite, cultural elite, and other elite in the country to once more try to repeat, to do the second examination for the transition of Slovak Republic. And second thing, if I can, is I have read many things, I have heard her speeches, and Michael has really do excellent analysis of her pluses, minuses, Rwanda versus Kosovo versus Syria, many other situations, but politics is such. You have to do decision.
Leadership.
Either yes or no. Yes, member of NATO or not. You cannot be half member of NATO. You cannot be half part of EU. You cannot be with one shoes in the friend of Moscow and with other shoes the friend of Brussels. It's impossible.
Some people think they can.
It's impossible. So, in reality, you have to decide. And Madeleine Albright has done decisions with all consequences of such decision. So, this was a lesson for me. I also have done strong decision in 2011 concerning financial mechanism of EU, and it's true, I have sacrificed my government. That's reality. Today we know that it was good decision and the only possible decision in that time. But we needed 10 years to know it. Another lessons are more questions than answers. I haven't answers. But if you do not mind very briefly, these questions really have formulated Madeleine Albright. And briefly, if you look on the leaders, majority haven't such wisdom like Lincoln or Mandela, etc., etc. We are not so strong. But look at them and try to answer few questions. First, do they cater to our prejudice by suggesting that we treat people outside our ethnicity, race, creed, or party as unworthy of dignity and respect? Second important question, do they encourage us to have contempt for our governing institutions and the electoral process? Next question, do they seek to destroy our faith in essential contributors to democracy, such as an independent press and professional judiciary? Next, do they exploit the symbols of patriotism, the flag, the pledge, in a conscious effort to turn us against one another? If defeated at the polls, will they accept the verdict or insist without evidence they have won? I remember Trump, yes? For example. Do they go beyond asking about our votes to brag about their ability to solve all problems, put to rest all anxieties, and satisfy every desire? Do they solicit our cheers by speaking causally and with pumped up machism about using violence to blow enemies away? You hear the politicians around? Because me, yes. Do they echo the attitude of Mussolini? In quotation, the crowd doesn't have to know. All they have to do is believe and submit to being shaped. And last but not least, do they want us to nurture our anger toward those who we believe have done us wrong, rubber our grievances, and set our sights on a revenge? If we know the answers, and we openly answer these questions, it doesn't matter if the leader is right, left, conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican, but we have to be careful how the leaders answer these questions, because then we can know how they will lead the country and if the democracy survive. This is crucial. These are lessons for me from Madame Albright.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Madame Albright actually, her entire life focused on democracy building in Europe and worldwide. And while she famously said, while democracy is the long run, is the most stable form of government, on the short run, it is almost the most fragile. It is fragile, and for the last 30 years after the after the Cold War, it seems to be easy to plant the seeds of democracy, especially in this region. I'm myself the product of such a seeds, working in politics and actually with National Democratic Institute in late 90s in Ukraine. However, these days we feel that it's not enough to put the seeds in the ground. Mm-hmm. We need to do more, and we need to defend democracy. So I will address this to Derek Mitchell. What can we do to defend democracy today?
First of all, thank you for the easy question on that. But I want to say first, what a pleasure it is to be on this panel and to hear from these remarkable individuals as strong women and leaders who are really, as you say, products of Madeleine's life. Excuse me. First thing, you mentioned democracy is fragile. But she also used to say, excuse me, let me get some water. She would quote her father, who she was really a product of her father, her Czech father, who would say that democracy is fragile, but it's also resilient. She had no illusions. I mean, she grew up, as people know, surrounded by, as a refugee, as an immigrant, surrounded by the march of fascism, and the march of communism, the march of authoritarianism. So she understood precisely why you needed to stand up and not just advance, but protect democracy, that it is fragile. But she was, I think in her way, she never thought about the past except in terms of the future. And she would say, what's next? She never felt that this was done. There was no complacency in Madeleine. Anything we ever did, she would say, okay, that's really nice, what's next? How can this go wrong? What is around the corner? I think when it comes to the solutions to this, it's fairly straightforward. And she wrote about it, frankly, in her, I can even quote her in her last Washington Post piece I jotted down here, where she said, clearly, and I'll quote from the Washington Post, the last lines of the last thing that she wrote before, actually it was published after she passed away. Say, clearly, our future leaders will have to be gutsy and resourceful, and so each in our own way will we. To those who despair of that possibility, I have a measure of sympathy, but little patience. There is no shortage of worthwhile work to be done, and no surplus of seasons in which to achieve our goals. So let us buckle our boots, grab a cane if we need one, and march. And I think what she would say into these days, I mean, she's always said democracy is hard. Democracy is not a spectator sport. The thing that she loved the most was speaking to young people. If you want to make her happy, you want to see her in her element, the two people I used to see this with, one was President Obama. Put him in front of young people, you get the coat off and the tie off and have a great time. The other was Madeleine Albright. And she loved, as you say, she was a natural teacher. She wanted to inspire people. She wanted to tell people that you have to get involved. You have to interrupt. You cannot assume. If you are not speaking, somebody else is speaking for you. And I think one of the most important things about democracy in order to make it succeed is not just simply planting seeds and watching them grow and occasionally giving water to it. But we used to say, when I worked in defense, in the Pentagon and security realm, you either shape or you get shaped. Mm-hmm. You're either out there shaping an environment that works for you, that you're seeking for yourselves, or others will be out there shaping instead for you. And you can't shape alone. You have to find allies. And I think what NDI is all about, she used to say, of course, that, and I like to say this here, that if she couldn't be Secretary of State, she wanted to be chair of NDI. And I don't think it was because she loved NDI. She was one of the founders of NDI. But she said that because NDI represented to her what mattered most in the way we do our work, and I think what's done at the NED and at the IRI and the other institutes, which is not simply a nation by nation, let's work together and build help you build your democracy. But let's share across the different countries, across different cultures, different experiences. Democracy is hard and it's imperfect. It's not the answer to all the sins, but it is the best form that we have found. And that imperfection, we need to share the best practices that we have. And that solidarity has power. And today, more than ever, when we're finding people are less and less, or more and more, depressed about the world, whether they're because they're looking at social media, or they're sitting at home in a pandemic, or they're watching our own democracy step by step being taken down bit by bit. We can get inspired by what we see in others. And there is an inspiration in that. As we feel, as the autocrats say, we're the future and democracy is in decline, you look around the world and say it's not on decline, it's under attack. Mm-hmm. And it's under attack by authoritarians, it's attacked by neo-authoritarians within countries. But then you look around the world and see the people of Hong Kong, you see the people of Burma, you see the people of Ukraine, you see the people of Mali, the people of Sudan, the people of Nicaragua, people of Cuba. These are people that have different cultures, people of Russia, if they're given the chance, certainly the people of Belarus, and of course the people of Ukraine that are fighting with everything they've got for freedom and for democracy. And what we need to do is stay true to them. We need to stay aligned with them, and we need to, as they fight for this, remember that democracy, and this is something Madeleine was absolutely keen on, and I think was a frustration for her, there's a frustration for me. That people see democracy as a nice thing, idealistic thing. It's a nice to have. She understood in government, and she understood generally, this is national security. Democracy is essential for peace. Democracy is essential for development. If you don't have an investment or an inclusion of women, you're not going to have a developed, peaceful society. I mean, study after study, how many studies do you need to tell you that this is a fact, not an ideal? But there are still people in my own government who will think this is the first thing that you sacrifice that is not necessarily as important, rhetorically important, but not practically important for the world we want to see. And I think the legacy of Madeleine, and she will appreciate looking back and looking at what she's done in her life, but it's exactly the legacy that she would say to us, get your boots on, march, what's next? What are you going to do about this? And she would say, do not lose faith. And she used to also say, the one thing she used to say in every speech, she's an optimist who worries a lot. Mm-hmm. And those were in the good days. She was an optimist who worried a lot. I think that's exactly what we need to be. That's the practical. that you can't do this work without imagining a better future, a better world out there, and that it absolutely can be achieved through hard work, but always focus on what the problems and where the deficiencies are, what we can be doing better, and why we need to continually worry, because those forces of authoritarianism, of regression, will always be there. History will never be over, and we have to fight that tooth and nail every single day in every generation.
Francis Fukuyama is not here with us today about end of history. That's what I'm just
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and this is fantastic timing, Mr. Foreign Minister. Legacy. We talk about Madeleine Albright legacy, and specifically in democracy building. And as Derek just said, democracy is not under decline; it's under attack. What can we do today? You are active government official who are fighting. What can we do today to actually defend democracy, specifically on our East?
Thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for being late to this great panel, since I was present in Chamber of Deputies, where we have a vote of no confidence. The debate is going on. It will be fine, so don't worry.
So we can leave this.
This is perils of politics, that even though I promised to be here, then the politics change, and we have to be resolute in defending our values and our freedom. And it's very easy to set. It's much harder to be done. And that's something, we are here to discuss the legacy of Madeleine Albright. And I think looking at her life and reading her memories, it's something which gives us guidance in the way of our adherence to strong values-based decisions. And she was that person, and she was that person when she was in office. And she was that person when she was in different roles, so she could influence thinking of the time. So this would be my very short answer.
Then follow-up question. She saw the Europe went to disarray in her youth, and then she passed away in this disarray in Europe again. How do you see this crisis, Russian aggression in Ukraine, develops, and what do you think? Do Europeans and West do enough to support Ukrainian people? And talk a little bit about the kind of division in views and positions between Western and Eastern or Central Europe, specifically in that regard.
I think, and I will do these connections to Madeleine Albright because I think it's important. She was the one who brought the Czech Republic and many other states into NATO. It was her doing because she understood and she could explain in the USA how important it is for this region. And I can understand that for Americans it's quite complicating to look at Europe. It's a lot of states, similar states, not easy to understand. She was able to explain. And she was able to bring up independent state for Kosovo. It's a similar story. It's a similar story. And now, again, in Ukraine, Ukraine has its own state, but it's fighting for its very own survival because Putin is not acknowledging existence of Ukraine as an independent state. And he even said it in some of his speech that it's a territory. So again, we are seeing this same scheme, and I wish that for Ukraine there will be some new Madeleine Albright, some strong personality. We don't know yet who it will be, and who they will bring them into the EU and maybe one day into NATO. And yesterday here in those very same chairs. I was presiding a panel. There was a minister from Germany, Minister of Foreign Affairs Baerbock, Dmytro Kuleba from Ukraine, and we were discussing what to do to bring Ukraine into the EU. And this won't happen overnight, but it is a task on which we need to be working.
Thank you so much. I think, Mr. President, you probably have additional thoughts about how to really make this world, this Europe, whole again and strong again.
Absolutely, and we were lucky enough to have people like Madeleine Albright, I would say, leading the free world at some very testing times, so that we can have this path ready with a number of lessons and legacies that can serve us even today. The very first thing that she taught us is that you always have to stand up for what is right. And I know that many people believe that when you're in politics, it's not that easy to do it. I think it is. I think it is if you're very strong in your convictions, if your determination is to always be there for what is right for the people that you represent, but when you have a strong voice and the power that Madeleine Albright had, even beyond your borders, you always need to make sure that you don't miss a chance to take a hard line against dictators, against tyrants. She showed that in the Balkans, she showed that in other parts of the world, and she always spoke up, never compromising the values that made her who she was. Secondly, she taught us that no matter what our jobs, we should always remain true activists at heart. So you can be a politician, you can be involved in journalism, you can be involved in health, in sports, in art, but having a very active role in democracy is extremely important because it does make you an activist for the future and for the today of your country and beyond. Thirdly, she, as we were discussing earlier, she taught us that democracies must stand together. It was true back in the 80s, it was true in early 90s, it was true in late 90s with what was going on in former Yugoslavia, and just, I know that we agree on this, but I have to say it because it's so important, especially with what's going on in Ukraine today. Back in the 90s, it wasn't people killing each other. It wasn't people fighting each other. There was a clear aggressor and there were clear victims. There was a genocidal regime led by the Milosevic government at that time, and there were defenseless people against whom genocide was being committed. So what NATO did was stop an ongoing genocide. As today, what's going on in Ukraine, there's a clear aggressor, and the people of Ukraine are suffering the unimaginable because a tyrant, a dictator, was tolerated and appeased for way too long. And one of the lessons that we have learned from Madeleine Albright that serves us today, as I said, is that appeasement for these kind of people, it never works. It just emboldens them, it encourages them to continue to oppress others. So we really need to stand strong on these principles. And we need to stand as democracies together to make sure that our everyday agenda in helping Ukraine today have a strong voice, win this war until it wins, but also rebuild afterwards, is something that we do. And fourthly, I wasn't being modest, I just was hoping to be able to speak a little more in the second part of this discussion on the role that she played in giving a voice to women, and through that, making this world a better place, because it can never be a better place, and democracies can never succeed and be healthy, neither can societies, unless both men and women have the same opportunities and can jointly contribute to their societies and states. So she made sure to show to the world that a world led by women is a better place. A world led by women is a better place. It has been determined and shown even statistically, whenever women are involved, whether we're talking about peace or dialogue or policy making generally in their own countries, it does result in a better situation. She worked day and night to fight for women's rights, for women empowerment, and for gender equality, and she worked to show everyone that women are capable of, have the knowledge and the skills and the vision to lead, no matter how difficult it is in specific times in the history of their countries. And she stood up for all women and girls. For her, she never accepted this notion that there's a woman leader and a men leader. For her, you're a leader or you're not a leader. You do have those leadership skills, as Madam former Prime Minister said, or you don't, based on the questions that she asked earlier or the values that you represent. So it is very important that these principles lead us today while our continent and beyond are having all of the values that are the very foundations of our society under attack. So generally, the lesson from her, but also a history lesson, I would say, is that we should never forget the moral compass. We should never forget the moral compass. We should not get stuck in that trap of what we nowadays call the both-sidism. Mm-hmm. There can never be both sides without a moral center. And this is from a very important speech that President Biden had at the US Senate during the war in Bosnia. You can't have both sides without a moral center. Whether you're the victim or the aggressor should matter. Whether you're the attacker or the attacked should matter. Whether you're the one fighting for your own existence and for your freedom, or the one who is attacking the existence of others, should matter. You can't use the both-sidism in these kind of situations. You can't lose the moral compass. It should matter. So I think this should be the guiding principles, because it also makes it easier to get to defend the causes that are bringing us together, even when it's very hard. And nowadays it is very hard for all nations around Europe because of the ramifications that our people are facing and feeling. But as we always say back in Kosovo, because we knew and we felt and we went through the opposite of democracy. We know what's the opposite of democracy. It's destruction, it's suffering. Therefore, there should be no price too high that we shouldn't be ready to pay to defend democracy.
You're a perfect example of that leadership on this stage in the world. And I see Michael want to add to it. Specifically on the moral compass, we're lucky that President Biden is leading United States today, and we have that leadership, and he pushed for this international coalition to support Ukraine. What else can be done?
Well, you know, in a way, I would like to follow up on what Madam President just said, and on the legacy of Madeleine Albright as a campaigner for democracy. And I was involved in some of her projects related to that, and these days I go back quite often to revisit the issues and think about the issues, and I feel that the work is half done, and that in many ways we have been awakening over the past couple of years from some illusions that we, harbored for a long time. And what I have in mind is Madeleine was one of the forces behind the Community of Democracies Summit in the year 2000 in Warsaw, and the founding influence on the Community of Democracies process. Well, there were 102 countries, I think, represented at the summit. Well, bare arithmetics will tell you that some of them must have been democracies by name only, and that was really the case. And I think we've been repeating this illusion all the way until Joe Biden's Summit of Democracies last year, accepting as democracies regimes that may have been elected, but that are not democracies in the real sense of the word, meaning they are not representative, not pluralist, and not accountable. And the hope was that by working with these regimes, and offering our know-how and a nudge here and there and some aid, we will make them more accountable, more representative, more pluralistic. And I'm afraid what happened is the opposite of that. I mean, as soon as a regime is unaccountable, it has an irresistible tendency to become even less accountable, and finally it ends up to be a non-democratic regime, a dictatorship, and I think we will have to re-examine this methodology. And since the Forum 2000 is also the seat of sorts of the International Coalition for Democratic Renewal, of which some of us here are members, it is something that maybe we should take up in the future, to be more hard-nosed about what democracy is and what it isn't. And if Madeleine was anything, she was hard-nosed. So with another bow to her, I'll end up on this note.
Thank you so much. We have 7 minutes, and I wanted to open it to the audience. And I actually thought about Carl. I was like, Carl would have a question. So please, Carl.
Well, thanks. I don't need a mic, I guess.
Well, for the audience.
Okay, you want to give me that? Okay. I just want to respond to Michael because, we've talked about this a million times, and Derek will have his own ideas on this. But look, Madeleine there's a whole history to this. Madeleine, this was her project. She very proud of it. And it was an accomplishment. It was a real accomplishment at the time that it was done. But to be perfectly frank, it didn't really work. And it wasn't just because they had a lot of countries that weren't fully democratic, and that was a problem from the very beginning. It was also very hard to pull something like that off with maybe if you got really, the 20 or 30 or 40 countries that are like the Czech Republic to get together, maybe they could accomplish something. But I think you raised a really interesting point, Michael, when you compare the Community of Democracies to Forum 2000. I mean, Madeleine would be comfortable in both. But what the Forum 2000 is, it's a group of very impassioned, like-minded people, not governments. I mean, governments are different. They're bureaucratic, they have interests, maybe the person representing the government, even from a really democratic country at a meeting, would just be a bureaucrat from the foreign ministry, would not be somebody really deeply committed. I think that here, and I'm very happy you raised this, not just Forum 2000, but this new idea. It's still a new idea, the International Coalition for Democratic Renewal. How do you take something like this and use it and build it for the problems that we have today? I think that's really interesting, and I think it can accomplish a lot more, and I think Madeleine would understand that, because she was the rare person in the government, who passionately believed in these things. But it was just, an organization that, when it finally came together, just couldn't accomplish what people had hoped that it would. Everybody still calls for it every once in a while. McCain used to call for a League of Democracies, not even knowing that the community existed and what have you. But I think what you have here is something that we need to think about how to build.
Okay, let's take it up later.
It's a very interesting point, because Madeleine Albright had a point in creating new tools and probably that's what her way to defend democracy or spread democracy, right? And we see in an international arena the old tools are not working anymore. The UN and Security Council don't work anymore. The OSCE don't work anymore. Specifically, it's clear now with the war in Ukraine. So we do need new tools, and we have to put new, maybe, energy into tools that she created as well. I would like to panel to kind of summarize and say, each of you say a couple of words, and maybe some anecdotes, stories that you remember about Madeleine Albright.
For me, Madeleine Albright is a personality which really represents her life. It represents key moments of not only Czechoslovakia and Czech history, but European and also transatlantic. So this is for me the most important point I would like to highlight, and that's what is coming to my mind when discussing her name or reading her books or going through her fruitful life.
Iveta.
I do not think that sentence, if women are in leadership and important positions, then word is better. No. If clever women are at a position of leadership, moral woman is at a position of leadership, and a woman with open heart is at the position, then the word is better. And if you do not mind, the same I can say concerning men. If they are more clever men, moral men, men with real emotions and open hearts, then we are not solving the problem if the democracy has a problem. Because then, naturally, they have to be Democrats. Otherwise, they are stupid. So what I wish to all of us, and is the message of Madame Albright, think, and then decide with open heart.
Thank you so much. Madam President.
Perhaps to conclude, I'll just like to say that we are so much to be thankful for to Madam Secretary, but most importantly, we will always be thankful and remember her for fighting for what's the most fundamental thing in humanity, and that is fight for freedom, the value of freedom. Therefore, I believe that the best way to honor her legacy is to stand on the side of those who are fighting for their freedoms today, to stand with the people of Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
Let me say two things. One, in response to Mikhail and regarding what Carl said as well. I think what we have to distinguish is between democratic countries and democratic norms. Whether it's a club of countries that we then brand democratic, and therefore they're in the box or in the club versus those who are out. I think that gets a little bit tricky. I agree with that. What we're looking to do is because every country, every democracy, I don't care which one it is aspirational. The United States has certainly regressed, but we were never a perfect democracy. It was sometimes viewed as kind of a model, or the city on the hill, that Reagan talked about, but we've always had racial problems. We always had issues in our country. It's the aspiration and the expectation of people for something better, and the promotion of certain norms. And those norms and values and rules are under attack by the others. And I think we have to be, as you suggested, quite precise about what those norms and rules are. Because you have now China and Russia literally trying to redefine what democracy means in their joint communique right before the Ukraine war. And when they start redefining, that's what they want to do. They want to get inside institutions, redefine things, and that's dangerous. And we, I think, are complacent on that front of not being strong enough of saying this transparency, accountability, inclusion, representation under law, whether it's inside a country or in the international system, is what we need to be shaping, and that can go to countries that are not fully democratic or not. If they affirm those values, or they're working towards them in some fashion, or affirm them internationally, we ought to be working with them. And I think the difference between a club and norms is important. Final thing I want to say is on Madeleine, and just something. The other thing we haven't mentioned is how fun Madeleine was.
That's what I wanted to get. Please.
And you have, I'm sure, a lot of, and we are now minus 45 seconds here, okay. But there's so many stories, and she used to say, you know, she was born in, you know, first couple of years was in Smíchov, you know, here, which means laughter in Czech, for those who don't know. She used to love to say, I was born in a town that was named Laughter. And we had at NDI a couple of years ago a gala that was dedicated towards humor as the most democratic form of speech. And we had Trevor Noah, and we had, you know, a host of humorists from around the world, because in my view, irreverence, you know, humor is fundamentally irreverent. And irreverence is, you know, poison to autocrats. They don't laugh. They don't understand. Humor is deadly, and Václav Havel, I mean, you know this here. It's subversive, fundamentally. So she loved that, and she was fun. And so the idea that, and I can tell all kinds of stories, but there's no time, but the one thing I would say is the idea that someone who would be dancing in a video would be controversial. I think a woman leader, a young woman leader like Sanna Marin in Finland, I thought of Madeleine immediately, that she would have loved it. She would have absolutely loved that. Madeleine was known for Macarena, right, in Argentina. But that's the kind of thing that's just so, that's democracy as it should be. That's democracy with joy, with humor, with lightness. And that's the difference between what we have and what the other side has, which is grim and dark. And that's what she lived, and she loved being Madeleine, and she loved living that life right to the end.
Well, I
you know that well.
Yeah, she would have joined in the dance. I know that.
No,
but
yeah. She would have had a video of her dancing, I guarantee you.
Yes, of course.
At whatever age.
But I think I will be the one left to tell the anecdote.
Yes.
And it just occurred to me that I haven't told people before. And it also shows how brilliant and perceptive diplomat she was. When she was the permanent representative to the UN in the 1990s, she once told me, you know, this Russian permanent representative Lavrov, you know, he's so nice, so kind. He brings me presents, he brings me flowers. He's, you know, an incredible gentleman. And then she looked at me and said, and don't ever believe a word that she says. Okay, thank you.
Good point, good point. Thank you, and we have a little present as well. This is for the Madeleine Albright family. We have a poster that we all will sign, and I understand Derek would take it to DC.
Yes, you can take it to the family.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a word. There you go. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session. My name is Detmar Döring, head of the Prague office of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. I don't have to say much about the relevance of the topic. Most people would probably agree that freedom of speech is more under fire than it used to be some years ago. The hopes that we connected with the year of 1989 have failed in the worst way, gave way to a new reality. And when it comes to threats of free speech, what is new, I think, but we may discuss it, about the current developments is the diversity of threats, which is one of the downsides, and it's one of the problems of the digital revolution. Digitalism has proved to be a double-edged sword, since on the one hand it enables freedom of expression for everyone in an unprecedented degree. On the other hand, it dramatically increased the possibilities for abuse and control. But there's still a significant number of states where free speech is repressed in the, let me call it, the traditional way. Arrests, media shutdowns, murder. Today the methods have become more subtle often, indirect. There is, for instance, in the EU no country that directly suppresses free expression. But Hungary and Poland are examples how the scope for dissenting opinions can be limited by staffing the state media, massive buyout of independent media, by government-affiliated companies, changes in school curricula, etc., etc. All this comes close to completely restricting freedom of speech without it formally appearing so. Now, we must not point a finger at Central Europe. We have to state that in the Western countries, so-called Western, the old Western countries, we have cancel culture and wokeness. It may be also a kind of way how to disrupt public discourse, to replace public discourse as it should be, according to Karl Popper, as a struggle for arguments by something like this, dominating people and putting convictions and not facts into the center of reasoning. These are reasons enough to make a transnational approach to the subject of freedom of speech, to visualize the frightening variety of threats that we face today. And we have invited a panel with very illustrious guests from all over the world. And I think I should, to be neutral, begin alphabetically. Lorena Becerra is a political analyst and head of the public opinion research for one of Mexico's leading newspapers, Reforma. Then we have from the Ukraine, it's a topic that hovers through every panel, I think, is the Radio Free Europe's Ukrainian service director, and she had award-winning coverage of the country's 2013-14 Maidan demonstrations. And among other things, she has been in charge of an impactful anti-corruption reporting project, Schemes, Corruption in Details. Then we have Arzu Gaibulayeva, an Azerbaijani columnist. Some years ago I was in Azerbaijan to inform myself how terrible the situation there is. Columnist, blogger, journalist for several newspapers, and had been in favor of some peaceful resolution between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the Nagorno-Karabakh war, and has received so many threats that she lives now in Turkey. We have Ramon Jahanbegloo, Iranian philosopher living in Canada, having been imprisoned in Iran, and now teaches in India. So you have the complete worldview over us. And last but not least, Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet was a liberal state minister of finances in the German state of Saxony-Anhalt and now chairman of the board of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. And he's teaching economics at Magdeburg University, but his intellectual interests go far beyond the range of realm of this discipline. So, begin with a concrete case. Ms. Becerra is here. Mexico is number 127 of 180 countries in the International Press Freedom Index. Not very good position, I would say. And one of the most frightening articles, if you want to read something that makes you shiver, on Wikipedia is an article called List of Journalists and Media Workers Killed in Mexico. It's a very, 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 very long article. As I said, very frightening. And if this may be a valid indicator for the state of free speech in the country, so there's my question. It seems that Mexico is a case where it's not so much the state that directly endangers freedom of speech, although there seem to be occasions now, but rather state failure to protect citizens against crime. So, do we need a stronger state in Mexico?
So I think the problem in Mexico, and I would start by saying that freedom of speech is under attack, or at least under threat in Mexico, due to several factors. One of them definitely has to do with the violence against journalists and the entire news reporting career, particularly dealing with news covering the narco operations. So even though Mexico is not a country at war, and it's not in a civil war, and it has had a sort of stable democracy, at least for more than 2 decades now, it is considered to be, outside of a war zone, the most dangerous country for journalists in the world. Since the beginning of our current president, López Obrador's term, until August this year, 30 journalists have been killed, 15 of them during this year alone. The last one was a woman named Cándida Velázquez from Sinaloa. Her body was found last week. She had been missing for weeks before that. Most of these have been violent attacks, some of them torture. Article 19, this human rights organization, has found that the pattern is that most of the killings are in places where there has been presence, strong presence, or there still is presence of narco and criminal organizations. And Reporters Without Borders has found that 42% of the killings in Latin America have happened, the killings of journalists in Latin America have happened in Mexico over the past 10 years. So certainly this has a lot to do, first of all, with the vulnerability of the profession itself, how vulnerable our journalists are. But it's not only journalists. This is a generalized problem that it's becoming deeper and deeper in Mexico. So according to most recent investigations, some of these investigative reports, journalist reports, 9 out of 10 crimes in Mexico go unsolved, in general. Crimes of all types of natures, but mostly violent crimes. So obviously, reporters are part of this statistic, and this is terrible. But I'm saying that freedom of speech is also under threat because of other things. And this has to do because we do face not only an outside, an external expression threat from the president himself, because every day he goes out and he attacks the media that goes against him, that does reports against his government, corruption of his government officials. He does this every day. He has signaled journalists by name in his morning press conference. He has even exhibited the incomes of some of these journalists, saying that they are corrupt. So the president has contributed to trying to minimize how vulnerable journalists already are. He has put them under attack, and he has put them under the radar of the opposition, in general, of the people who are in favor of the president, and has signaled them as opposition. But we have also seen that there is a lot of self-censorship coming now from the media outlets themselves. Some of them decide not to report on certain events or not to report on certain issues. Some of them because of safety, but others because it would be their only way to survive in a country where a lot of the media is financed by government, either by the federal government or by the state government, through publicity, through under the water, etc. So they have decided to do this. And one final thing, just not to take up more time, is that there is a increasing lack of investigative journalism. And this has been a decision because it's considered now to be too expensive and it doesn't sell enough, and also because a lot of the media have decided to go on immediate news, even though all of the verification processes can be skipped sometimes. So I think all of this constitutes an incredible threat to freedom of speech in Mexico and in countries where obviously the situation of democracy is becoming more and more ambivalent.
Thank you. You left me now with an even more pessimistic view on this. But okay, a problem recognized is one first step to the solution of it. But you mentioned properly that this is the most dangerous country for journalists, not in a war, which means that war is, of course, always a danger to freedom of speech. Countries that go to war, usually limitations come into place. And Mr. Ukraine, by the way, 106 in the press freedom index, better than Mexico, is in a defensive war with an invader. And as we know, even most advanced democracies being involved in a war often meant that freedom of speech became somehow limited, sometimes the first victim, so to say. On the other hand, since the beginning of the war, becoming deeper integrated part of the Western world, of Europe, is one of the central basic goals of Ukrainian politics, and the chances have never been so good. Yesterday we saw with the foreign ministers, everybody somehow is for it, and that's very good. So that's also an incentive, of course, to do very well in this sector. So hence, how well a country performs on the sector of freedom of speech is often dependent on some vital geostrategic issues of war and peace. And how do you think the Ukraine will resolve this at the end?
It's a very good question, how Ukraine will resolve it. And I think that we have to speak about two types of issues, because one issue is Ukraine. You mentioned the ranking of Ukraine, which is better than Mexico. So Ukraine is partially free country in terms of media freedom according to different rankings. And also this is a not free country if we look at the occupied territories, like Crimea and parts of occupied Donbass. So the biggest threat is that the newly occupied territories will become non-free in terms of press freedom. And that part of Ukraine, if I would use the comparison and speak about press freedom, I think that it is bleeding, because look what has happened after Russia began its aggression against Ukraine. We have hundreds, thousands of journalists that fled. And according to a local media watchdog, Institute of Mass Information, we have 106 outlets that ceased to exist in the newly occupied territories. And out of them, 6 decided to collaborate with the occupiers. So the media situation is changing swiftly to the worse. we spoke with journalists that left such territories, and I can tell you about the case of Oleg Baturin. He is a journalist from Kherson region, the southern part of Ukraine, and he was in captivity for a week. And he was threatened that his skin will be cut, his eyes will be pulled out, and things like this. We have another case of a journalist from that region. Her name is Tetiana Zalezniak, and she did not want to collaborate. And what has happened next? The Russian military took in custody her father, and he is in his middle 70s. And eventually, she had to give up. He was held in dungeon. And after that blackmail threats like this, she decided to give away rights to the internet website that she was running in Melitopol, which is in Zaporizhia region. So we have a really dangerous tendencies right now in the newly occupied territories of Ukraine. And if we would look into what has happened in Crimea, the outlook is really grim. And that has been happening right after the annexation, when many journalists left. And some of the civil journalists started to portray the life at the occupied peninsula, and what has followed, legal threats and imprisonment. I have a colleague, Vladislav Yasipenko, who is now behind bars for a year and a half in Crimea. And he was charged in planting explosive device, which the charge that he rejects. He was covering social and ecological issues at the peninsula. And his case is a symbol of what happens to independent journalists in the Russia-controlled territories. So the outlook is rather grim if you would speak about the occupied parts of Ukraine and newly occupied parts. If we talk about what will happen with Ukraine, the country which is at war in the future, I think that we also have tremendous challenges and also swiftly changing media landscape. Before the war, we had oligarchic groups controlling major popular TV channels. And right at the very beginning of the full-fledged invasion, these TV channels and the government as well decided to join ranks. And now Ukrainians watch so-called united news stream. So I would compare this to CNN and Fox News joining ranks and having one coverage. So now these media groups divide their slots on different TV channels, but basically with one message and one coverage. So instead of watching different opinions, Ukrainians are watching one media, and it is popular in the country. According to a recent survey, which was released actually after 6 months of the war, the most popular media outlets in Ukraine, and these something which is quite different what was before the full-fledged war, is this united news stream, and also equal to that messengers, Telegram and Viber. So we see really a serious change in the Ukrainian media environment. And the Ukrainian opposition and some other media outlets that are not allowed to participate in that united stream criticize the government for monopolizing the media sphere. The positive thing is, in my view, is that we have good media watchdogs that monitor this coverage and explain how the line is twisted, and this is something that this is happening basically on daily basis. So Ukrainians have choice on digital because they can watch either United Stream or some other outlets which are linked with sometimes with the former President Petro Poroshenko. His media outlets are not allowed to participate in this united popular stream, but they're active on other digital platforms like YouTube. And of course, what will happen with this united stream is important if we look ahead. And that media consumption trends are also important because what is happening on Telegram, we have a variety of different actors, sometimes also spreading disinformation. And another thing that I would like also to touch upon is the recent development is how Ukrainian journalists and other journalists work at the front lines, because I'm proud that my colleagues cover the war daily and have been present at the front lines from the very beginning of invasion. And actually, two of my colleagues won this year, this summer, orders of merit from President Zelensky for their bravery on the front lines. It's Marian Kushnir and Serhiy Gorbatenko. But right now, the Ukrainian army decided to limit the presence, or basically stop the presence of civilian journalists at the front lines. That happened this week. And they issued, we don't know for how long this ban is, so we are watching, observing, and maybe it will be a short-term ban for a week or 2 weeks. We don't know. But the Defense Ministry of Ukraine issued its recommendations, and the recommendations are connected to the events in southern Ukraine, the offensive, or some say counter-offensive, in the south of the country. And their recommendation is to only inform about official information about the front lines. And they said that alternative interpretations are not that they are not recommended, they're not acceptable. I don't think that our newsroom or other independent media newsrooms in Ukraine would listen to this, because it is our job to present, to be fact-based journalists and to listen to analysts, military experts, of course reputable experts, to explain to the audience what is happening at the front lines. So these are challenges, but I'm quite positive about the outlook in the country, because Ukraine has a strong civil society. And I do strongly believe that Ukrainian independent journalism is alive. It needs support. But my outlook, let's check this in some time, is positive, because Ukrainian journalists are committed and they want to tell the truth about this war, the largest war in Europe after Second World War.
Thank you very much. So it seems the main problem is and remains the Russian invasion, and it's good to know that at least here in this place you find great support for this, for your position. So actually good to hear that even in times of war there is reason for optimism. As I said, some years ago I was in Azerbaijan in an improvised television studio doing an interview some decade ago or so, and another former Soviet country like the Ukraine, and this was also after a while shut down, and I was sad to hear this, that press freedom in Azerbaijan more or less disappeared completely. Obviously they didn't have the strong civil society to do anything against it like in the Ukraine. And Mrs. Gaibulaeva, I have read an expert on digital authoritarianism. That is obviously something that Azerbaijan's government has somehow perfected. They seem to be the model for all people who want to establish digital authoritarianism. And if I've read it properly, it seems to be a kind of networked authoritarianism, a form of internet control where manipulation over digitally mediated social networks is used more than outright censorship, brutal censorship. Shouldn't it be possible to counter such a strategy via the very social media that is now used such an abusive way, I admit, especially with the assistance, let's say, of foreign NGOs like the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, like Forum 2000? Is the internet that easy to control as the government seems to think?
Well, the short answer to that question would be that no, it's not easy to control, but then it's also not easy to prevent, given the current context. But let me take a step back and talk a little bit to the first point that you mentioned, because everything is kind of linked when it comes to press freedom in Azerbaijan. The civil society and the comparisons, I think what Azerbaijan did have was actually a really strong civil society until 2013, when the government, when the state really cracked down on a number of experts, advocates, rights defenders, journalists, who were actually trying to really push all kinds of values, including freedom of media, freedom of speech in Azerbaijan. And so it wasn't that Azerbaijan didn't have a strong civil society, it was that Azerbaijan's civil society that existed was also sidelined, cracked down on, and silenced, that they had a hard time really fighting with, putting up a fight with the state. Now, the digital authoritarianism side of things, this is something that was also happening in parallel in Azerbaijan and developing over the recent, I would say, really kind of 10 years, the last decade, the purchase of technology. And, you know, it's not just the way they have been using surveillance tools against civil society activists. It's also the type of attacks that have been made possible as a result of the technology that has been purchased over the years. You know, I'm talking about a remote control system, I'm talking about DDoS attacks, I'm talking about phishing, and all kinds of threats that digital authoritarianism makes it available for the actors who are interested in pursuing these threats. Now, when you deal with this kind of threat, it's really hard to come up with solutions really quickly, because this kind of technology is developing really fast, while the users or the community that gets impacted by this, they're not as quick to adjust to the threats. And this extends to journalists, this extends to independent media outlets who are trying to still be relevant, still produce news, but it becomes really hard, because when your website is DDoSed, you cannot keep doing your work, because then you have to deal with an emergency of your website being DDoSed in the country, which not only cuts access to information, but it also takes away the valuable time of the journalists who are part of this establishment, a media platform that is getting DDoSed, from doing their job. Then comes the additional sort of layer to all of this, and that is how much social media platforms have become crucial in the work of independent journalists and advocates for freedom of speech, freedom of media in general. Because in countries like Azerbaijan, where you have, when you're seeing that, you know, access to independent websites is getting blocked, there are other sort of forms of digital threats against the civil society, social media and social media platforms have become an alternative, almost an alternative stage where a lot of these actors can actually engage with the audience, engage with their support network, not only to share news, but also exchange information and collect information and whatnot. Now, that is also the downside of social media platforms and their popularity. Because of such increased use of social media platforms in Azerbaijan, it has also become a perfect opportunity for the state and state-affiliated actors to survey, to know what's going on, to be aware of what's happening, because it's all out there. You know, these communities, these pages, these groups all have these conversations out in the open. Sure, you may have a private page or a private group, but social media platforms haven't really provided the type of safety and security to actors in Azerbaijan who rely on them, where you can actually say that, yes, they can be the counter measure to the digital authoritarianism. Which brings me to the final point I was trying to make, and that is we cannot expect social media platforms to be a solution in this, because social media platforms, these companies, are biased. They're biased in the way they present themselves. Because on one hand, they talk about that they're giving access to various groups to share. They're basically being the voice of those who can't otherwise get the message across. But on the other hand, they are lacking so many nuances when it comes to understanding things like political contexts in Azerbaijan, understanding cultural nuances in countries like Azerbaijan, providing language support when it comes to countries like Azerbaijan. And I don't see that they are the solution in conversation around digital authoritarianism. They are part of the problem, in fact. And if there is a way to engage with them, if there's a way to make them part of the solution, the conversation that we're having with social media platforms needs to change. They are certainly not listening enough, and they are not making enough progress. They're not offering more protective measures against actors who are being affected by digital authoritarianism. And it also takes a much more global solution, because digital authoritarianism, it's not just something that we're seeing in Azerbaijan. It's across a number of countries, and actually tomorrow we have a panel on digital authoritarianism talking about within the scope of Unfreedom Monitor project that we've been working on with colleagues from various countries. And so it's very global issue, and certainly thinking that social media platforms can be part of the solution is rather naive, because they are just as part of the problem as other nuances.
I have a suggestion. Please, next time, invite to the panel a representative of the platform.
Okay, we will do that. Yes, you mentioned there should be some kind of global solution. We probably will not find it on this panel how to operate this, but we will touch the topic, I'm quite sure. Maybe we go to a little bit more abstract level. Professor Jan Biglu, you call yourself a Gandhian, and you teach non-violence in a law school in India, and you're expert on democracy. Now, democracy, especially in India, is interesting. It used to be a very lively democracy, despite some preconditions where you wouldn't have guessed that this could happen. And it was a country of free speech, and it seems to be deteriorating in recent years. So let's talk about somehow the relationship between democracy and freedom of speech. I always thought that democracy was always a precondition for free speech, and free speech a precondition or a guarantor of democracy. Not only India, why doesn't this work anymore?
Well, it's a very good question. Actually, we have been talking about freedom of expression and not freedom of speech only. And I think that this is a very important aspect, because expression is an important concept at the heart of democracy. When we say human beings need to express themselves, and when we express ourselves, we not only do it with speech, but we do it with act also. And politics is about acting, it's not only about speaking. The Greeks and the Romans, they knew that quite well. Now, it's about creating, it's the act of creating. When you say, I want to have freedom of expression, it means that I will need to have freedom when I can create. And to create is to create dangerously. Why? Because when we create anything, as painting, it could be journalism, it could be filmmaking, it could be philosophy, it could be poetry, it's always new, it's different, And so tyrants and dictatorships and those who are and the enemies of democracy have always been fearful of everything which has been new and everything which could be dissenting, I would say, because of that. So in that case, freedom of expression would be the midwife of a society which is pregnant of democracy. Why? Because intellectuals, artists, civic actors, journalists, people present in this room, citizens, I would say, citizens who are wise and citizens who, as Immanuel Kant, one of your fellow citizens, Germans, he talked about the use of one's reason in public, public space. As soon as we do that, the question of democracy comes up. Now, since you asked me the question, I think there are several points that we have to make, and we have to be very careful when we make these questions. And we are not talking only about the virtue, we are talking about the rights, because freedom of expression is a right, it's not only a virtue. And we actually need to express this right in a political community, I would say, more than anything else. Now, of course, it has, as I said, it has its own dangers, but one thing that we need to be very clear about is that a society which does not give space, either because of its religion, or either because of its dogmas, either because of its ideologies, or because of its stupidity, I would say, simply, and only because it's a stupid society which has not got to the level of understanding, if people cannot write, if people cannot act, if people cannot speak, society is completely blind. Now, so that's one of the, I think, the principles which is very important when we were talking about freedom of expression. The other thing which is very, very important that we are facing it, we've been talking about this all through Forum 2000, is that freedom of expression should not and cannot be refuge for crooks and rascals and racists and anti-Semites and everyone who's against any form of freedom. That's the problem that we have now with somebody like Donald Trump in America. This is a problem that we have with many societies which are suffering, many of our societies. I was born in Iran, a society which is suffering from people who actually captured the public space and they present their ideas as the truth. So this is very, very important, how we distinguish between a right to expression which is creative and is democratic and when it's not. Now, you also asked me about India. All these countries are walking on a tightrope because the tightrope is that on the one side you have populists, the danger of populism. Populism is, to take an expression of Václav Havel, is never living in truth. It's a lie. So the whole point that somebody like Havel who talks about is that civic actors, they have to learn how not to lie, how to live in truth. And by living in truth, they keep this freedom of expression alive, as in every aspect of it. So I think that these are all the things which are very, very important in our time, and we have to understand that when we're talking about fighting a dictatorship, when we're fighting, or even fighting, let's say, in Hungary or in Austria or in parts of Europe or in parts of Latin America or in India or elsewhere, we are fighting against dangers of the disappearance of democracy, or of the democracy being dead at some point or dying. We have to go back to this idea that how are we until who is expressing and why they're expressing themselves, and how much freedom they have, and how we should defend them. I think that we need to glorify some parts of European history and people who actually believed, somebody like Voltaire, somebody like Zola, for the Dreyfus affair, who fought for the expression of others, because they knew that this is how you can have an enlightened society. And if this does not exist, the other side is the end of democracy.
Thank you very much. This brings us, of course, naturally to the next question. You said, yes, freedom of expression and speech is not for crooks, but it's somehow a basis of a democratic society, and we cannot do without it. And coming to countries then that are considered to be fully democratic on every index, most Western European countries, Germany for instance, are considered this. In these countries, no books are banned, journalists are not imprisoned or murdered. However, it seems in recent years, it seems to have been easy for certain activists, mainly on the left in the spectrum, under the banner of wokeness, cancel culture, perhaps to overstretch this idea to stop crooks or so, to effectively ban opinions they dislike, whether it's certain books or appearance of books or lectures at university. I mean, the universities are a hotbed of this. The phenomenon may be exaggerated sometimes, and it's important by the political right that instrumentalizes it, but it still has succeeded, one has to admit, in constantly limiting the spectrum of what can be legitimately discussed in the public sphere, and that ideological statements have to be accepted without argument suddenly. And the proponents of wokeness, of course, often argue in a way, yes, stop the crooks, that they combat mostly racist hate speech and do so in the name of inclusion and tolerance. But where is the point where these noble goals turn into an illegitimate restriction of freedom of speech that has to be resisted in an open society? And I ask this question to Professor Paquet.
Yes, thank you very much. Your introduction touches upon a problem which I personally did not take seriously for a very long time. I was also, as a liberal, I was also seeing the main danger for free speech and free expression on the government side. But in recent years, there has really been a concerning trend towards people themselves restricting the freedom of speech. And that started in, oddly enough, in those two countries in the world where freedom of speech may have the highest rank at all. This is the United States of America and the United Kingdom, and it started at places which live completely from, breathe, if you like, through this free speech and free expression. That's the universities. And now, in very recent weeks, we had very spectacular cases in my country as well, in Germany. I may mention too the one of a so-called open research day at Humboldt University in Berlin, where a young biologist, a female biologist, wanted to talk about her own research about biological gender. When this was announced in the projected plan or the program for the day, there was a massive protest of people representing woken ideas and with genuine threats of violence against this lecture. And then the administration of the university canceled the lecture. And that was a big discussion, and a big discussion in the public followed.
And I can say from my own university practice, I have been dean for 8 years, that of course things like that lead to a kind of a second wave reaction of university administrations, that next time they're going to be very careful not to risk the emergence of violence, and so structure the program in a completely different way. And so at the end of the day, you have human curiosity, human discussion, curtailed by the institution itself. And, well, it's not only lectures, it's also, and maybe even more dangerously, libraries which are now, of universities, which are now scanned for, if you like, unacceptable literature. And I just read about that even Shakespeare was taken out of libraries. So we, in a way, we start cleaning our history. And once again, if this process starts, you get a kind of chain reaction of anxiety within the institutions. So I begin to conclude that this is a very, very serious problem. It does curtail the leeway of free speech and expression. It begins institutions, to make institutions extremely restrictive in their practices, and it leads to an atmosphere of general anxiety, and that without at all a state, a government, a central, publicly guided institutional influence, just by the self-purging of the institutions. So a very serious problem, I think completely independent from the dramatic cases which have been described before, where the government is the culprit. Here, freedom destroys itself. And that's almost tragic, and I think we have to stand up and fight against this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This leads me to a question, and I ask you to be very, very brief, because I want to ask the audience, give chance to the audience to ask some questions. We see somehow a field of tension between two things. First of all, we are for free speech, and we don't want to have it suppressed, so to say, by private agents as well as little as by government. On the other hand, as liberals, we also don't like hate speech, deliberate disinformation, not error, or misogyny, or whatever, sexual discrimination, all that we don't like. So where is the line that we have to draw? Where is something like this, what you mentioned, is totally unacceptable, and where is the acceptable version of it? And I simply go the same round. If you can say, yeah, I have somehow a vague idea. It's a very complicated question, but probably it's necessary to sometimes put it into very brief words, so we cannot get around with our messages without being comprehensive. So let's again alphabetical order.
Well, I think it is a very complicated question. For instance, and I'm going to speak in terms of Mexico again. I think that the dilemma that we are placing on the people in general, it seems to be a very false dilemma when they have to choose between having certain virtues or rights guaranteed and versus having some type of order, some type of specific rules that will prevent from chaos or that will prevent from violence. Even, that leading to authoritarian tendencies that will deal with this. And my concern is, and being a public opinion analyst, my main concern is that we are seeing a lot of the population willing to put in the least of their priorities this part of freedom of speech and going to the complete other extreme, right? And where we should be finding this, which is like in the instances of civil society, where you should be finding answers to this, civil society, specific media outlets, journalists, you are not finding the answers because they are also having different priorities, or they are, as you said, being cracked upon, being dissuaded from doing their job or from having the participation that they should have in a democracy. So I think it's very complicated.
I can see the point.
I think that it is one thing, the temperature of the society that opinion polls can measure, because speaking about Ukrainians, imagine they have to spend hours and hours in bomb shelters, worry about their relatives. And right now, there is the opinion poll that I mentioned also noticed that many Ukrainians want to have a strong hand, but the opinion is divided and sometimes contradictory. Also, a sizable amount of people still want media to control the government and are against censorship. So this is a temperature in the room. So this is society affected by the war. That right now Ukrainians have extremely high trust in the armed forces. This is unprecedented, that happened before the invasion, and that continues because the armed forces protect citizens. So this is how Ukrainians feel right now. But also we are talking about democratic values and how media should operate, and how limits for the media in the war environment should be established, and whether there is any dialogue with the government at war, with the civil society, with the media representatives, that understand, there is an understanding that there are national security reasons, but also there is a need of citizens to know and to get uncensored and fact-checked information. So in my view, it is important to divide such things, and we should aim for things which are accepted in the democratic societies. And here I'm talking about the attitude of the Ukrainian society.
This is Eva.
I would answer this question within the framework of your first question, because we talked about digital authoritarianism and social platforms and companies. I think we need to talk about education, specifically literacy, and not just media literacy, not just digital media literacy, but also threat literacy and more understanding of platforms and companies and how they operate. And this needs to be sort of embedded within not only the work that civil society does, but across all segments of the society, of the community as such, which leads me to the second sort of step in addressing this, and that's awareness raising. Not only on national level, which could be done with the assistance of existing civil society institutions on the ground, with the assistance of international organizations who can help these civil societies on the ground to engage in this, but also on an international level where we're talking about engagement by international stakeholders and policy changes, not only towards platforms, but also within platforms, within these companies that we so much rely on and we so much complain about. That will be my top two recommendations.
Okay, we're running out of time, but Professor.
Yes, very quickly, actually, I would say the line is drawn by democratic life itself, because first of all, freedom of expression stops where violence starts. So that's very important. Violence from civic actors or violence from parts of the population or government itself. Secondly, when we're talking about democracy, and I said it's democratic life itself, which is the line where we draw between what is freedom and what is not freedom, democracy is argumentative, democracy is dialogical, democracy is accountable, and it's transparent. Now, not all forms of expression, including fanaticism, religious fanaticism, ideological fanaticism, fundamentalism, and many other things that we have been living. Remember just Salman Rushdie, and remember also the cartoons in Denmark, and later on the Charlie Hebdo, people being killed by the Daesh and by the ISIS group. Okay, this is where actually it stops. I mean, the line is there because first of all, it's violence, and secondly, there is no temperament, democratic temperament there. It's just that there is fundamentalism. I had actually, let me tell you very quickly, that I had a student who was an ISIS student in Canada, and he didn't come to my class because he said girls have miniskirts, I don't want to come to class. I said, well, this is a secular university. If you want to go to the mosque and learn in the mosque, yeah, you can go do that. But if you come to my class, you are coming to a secular university. So there is a line which is drawn there. If you want to live in a society democratically, you have to respect democratic principles. And this is where freedom of expression makes sense. Otherwise, it's not.
Thank you. This was a very clear statement. Last but not least, Professor Paquet.
Well, I do see the problem, of course, the drawing of the line between hate speech, aggressiveness, fanatism on the one side, and legitimate speech and expression, free speech on the other. However, I do think it is a perpetual process of searching for where this line has to be drawn, and the maturity of an open society shows itself in whether one is able to find a consensus on that. Of course, the consensus must not be abstract. I think there are limits to what you can define, to how to define criteria for hate speech. You will never do this exactly, but I do think, and the pendulum may swing at one time in one direction and in other times in other directions, but it is the perpetual, honest, goodwill search for a reasonable line which really shows whether a society is mature and self-confident enough in living with free expression.
Thank you very much indeed. It's now, I think we would have time for one or two questions from the audience, but I have to interrupt this session for a few seconds for an announcement. There should be something coming up on the screen, I have heard. Yes, Forum 2000 wants to evaluate the quality of some of the sessions, and that's why they've introduced a Mentimeter thing. All of those, and I think most of you do have, the mobile phones. You go either to the menti.com homepage and put the number, there must be a number in there, 23966875 into it, and you can answer questions there or see the QR code. So, and you can later see the results as far as I know. Okay, this was this short advertisement for Menticom I had to bring in, and are there questions or comments? Be very brief, introduce yourself, but only not your story of your life, who you are and your affiliation and to whom you address the question, because I think that's a topic that should excite you enough, or
not.
Have all questions been answered?
Everyone is tired.
Quite.
Oh, there's one question.
One person? Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah.
A microphone, please.
I just want to ask you, what do you think, how can basic people from all the countries can practice the freedom and these things in their basic lives. How can, do you understand me? I'm sorry, my English is not very good, I'm sorry. But how can practice it? I know everybody can talking really great about democracy and these principles, and that's really good, but how to do it in our lives? How to put in the practical?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, to whom did you direct the question? Or shall everyone?
I can respond if you like.
Huh?
To everyone, please.
To everyone, okay. Who wants to answer first?
Or maybe she.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, you know, I would put the emphasis on moral courage. I think the moral courage for civic actors is very important. When I say civic actors, because I'm not only thinking in terms of educators, I'm not just thinking in terms of journalists or artists or intellectuals, I'm thinking of everyone. And moral courage is that when you see that public opinion is actually becoming very anti-democratic, and you have to confront it. This is something that, unfortunately, we don't read our classics anymore. I mean, I try to force my students to read John Stuart Mill, Liberty on Liberty. He says it, actually, because he says this is social tyranny. Public opinion can become very dangerous, even in a liberal country, and it could put our negative liberty into danger. So we have to be careful as individuals. We have all to be careful where we should use moral courage to fight against, you know, tyranny or the instinct of tyranny. And we have to be careful that we have always dictators among us who use, as it happened in Germany with Hitler, who use the democratic, mechanisms to come to power, and then it's too late.
Well, I may add that I think to develop this kind of cultural civilization of open discourse, we have to teach our children to become acquainted with it, and I think that. You have to do it in school as early as possible. Discuss issues openly, controversially, and teach the young people to accept defeats. That is, I think, it's a very important point that many people cannot accept a defeat in an argument. They never learned it. It's like sports. If you get used to get defeated once in a while, then you are able to tolerate other opinions in your later life. And that, when I look at our educational system in Germany, and this may not be even the worst in the world, but it is not remotely doing its job in this respect. So we have to discuss. Yes. And then people will develop a kind of civilization of open discourse, and that is lacking. You know, I'm on Twitter, I know what I'm talking about, because one shitstorm every week, and even if I think I express myself very politely, but apparently there are people who cannot accept certain argument, the mere existence of certain arguments. And that, of course, is not a good basis for a democratic society.
Any other statements? Then
I think everyone who already spoke kind of answered it, but really...
I hope your question was answered. I still have time to make...
Here is one more question.
Here is one question.
There's one more.
The gentleman over there.
And there's one more in the back.
So I came so late that I was nervous about speaking, but since there is a space. I suppose my question is to Professor Paquet, and it follows your last two sets of remarks. Would you argue that universities have a special requirement to ensure freedom of speech, whatever the unpleasantness of what might be expressed? You discussed the chairman asked the very difficult question about where you draw the line. And I think in society, generally, one has to draw the line, and maybe it depends on different societies and different cultures and different moments in our history. But don't you think that universities particularly have an onus to defend freedom of speech? And yet, I come from Britain. In Oxford, we're working very hard to ensure this, but we have a lot of crises in Oxford and Cambridge. Other universities are falling at the hurdle, and you described that your university might be falling at the hurdle. So do you think there's a special onus on universities to stand up in this area? Other people may have views as well.
Well, as an academic teacher at a German university, I would say yes. If there is a place in the world where free speech, free argument, open discourse should prevail and must prevail, otherwise we betray our search for truth, then it's the university. But it's of course not the only place. But I immediately agree with you that there is a line. I'm not saying that there is no line. This would be naive. There is a line, and the line may shift and change. But the universities are, if you like, something like a sacred place of free speech. And if they don't fulfill this role anymore, I'm getting very pessimistic about the development of our societies.
If I may, a small remark about the university environment, because you mentioned the Oxford and the culture of open debate. I had the privilege to be the fellow at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism a few years ago, and I was surprised when I attended one of the lectures at the Oxford Union to see that among the guests there were representatives of RT, Russia Today, the Russia propaganda machine. So I think that this line maybe would be different today than it was a few years ago. So this is my remark. What do you think?
I think it's very interesting. I think they would still should be there. I think because
can you please to take the mic?
Yeah. I mean, but
we
it
have
doesn't
here
mean
members
that,
of the Ukrainian parliament that would like to.
It doesn't mean that they shouldn't be defeated in argument and criticized, but maybe at this point, you know, I don't know. It's precisely the question I'm asking. Is there a place where you cannot almost draw the line, or must universities also recognize it? I'm not saying in open society, I'm talking about in a seminar room in a university, where you can argue about these things.
But how propaganda can be part of freedom of speech? What RT is doing is propaganda. It's not access to information. So in this specific context, I do agree with Marina, because to me it doesn't feel right that someone who represents RT
It certainly doesn't feel right, and you can talk, and hate speech is a big issue. But now textbooks are being banned, there's trigger warnings, it's really complicated. And we haven't even got into the very difficult area of transgender. So
we've been pushed into moral relativism by today's education, and that's very dangerous. You know, the danger for democracy is moral relativism, that everything weighs the same. It's not true at all.
I'm terribly sorry what I have to do now, because I think now the thing was getting momentum. I always thought that 1 hour, 15 minutes is too short for such a discussion. At least 1.5 hours would be totally appropriate in my opinion, because it's an important subject, and we do see that it's very complicated with the questions you have raised. And I think what do we take away from this? Yes, we have a more unstable world situation. Social media made it more complex. The problems are growing. So there's a demand perhaps for also complex solutions of it. You are even asking for a global solution somehow, which might be a very, very difficult thing. But I would like to thank you for saying, well, sometimes it's perhaps a good idea to look at something that is really actually not so complicated and complex. Read the classics about it. Read John Stuart Mill again. And if you have done this properly, you are at least well prepared for everything that could confront you. With this note, I would like to say thank you to the panelists and to the audience. I would have loved to have half an hour more. And that's, you cannot say anything better about the discussion.
Thank you.
just give us half a minute. Our colleague Ali went for the water because we are living in a time when resources and energies are under the threat. He decided that one bottle is not enough. So, and we'll have him hopefully soon. So I will probably slowly start, because the time is very limited, welcome here on a second day of Forum 2000. My name is Šimon Pánek. I am from a Czech NGO which also works in Ukraine, and I was for the last 30 years in one or other way part of the, let's say, transition and transformation process. And I'm honored to have so interesting guests on the panel. The theme of the panel is what needs to be done for a free Ukraine. And let me to introduce the panelists. Markéta Adamová-Pekarová, the speaker of a Chamber of Deputies of a Czech Parliament, Madame Viola for Kramon Taubdel, delegate to EU Ukrainian Committee, then Ivana Klimpuš-Cicadze, the chair of the Committee for Foreign Affairs? No, for Integration. Alexander, sorry.
Foreign Affairs, and I chair the Committee on Ukraine's integration into the EU.
From Verkhovna Rada, from the Parliament of Ukraine. Alexander from a Foreign Affairs Committee from Verkhovna Rada. And Ali Eksasi, the chair of the House of Deputies, or House from Canada, chair of the Committee for Foreign Affairs. We don't have much time, but let me in the beginning to make a small exception from the dialogue which will then go on, and give a floor to our Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Parliament, Markéta Pekarová-Adamová. She wants to present the statement for a free Ukraine, which you, I presume, are aware of. It was circulated. I don't know if it was already published or not, or it will be soon published after this session. So please, Markéta, go ahead.
Yeah, dear Šimon, thank you very much for the introduction. First of all, dear participants, distinguished guests, I am very happy to be here, and very happy that you have me here. And I have the privilege to briefly introduce the Prague Manifesto for a Free Ukraine that has been adopted here at this conference, and as well that has been signed by more than 150, and I will hope that others will join later as well, of thinkers, foreign policy experts, politicians, journalists, and activists. On February the 24th, we are sure that Putin made one of the most idiotic decisions in his unfortunate career, and he wanted to change the course of the history. And he succeeded, actually, because the result is exactly opposite than he thought. I think that we succeeded much more than he. And he totally failed to reverse the Ukrainian-European trajectory. And they pulled Ukraine back under our family of European nations, not under his and Russian sphere, which he wanted. Instead, Ukrainians and Europeans have now going for the same path, and I think that this is an important key message of the manifesto. They are clear, and they have been reiterated throughout the debates here at the Forum 2000 conference, so I will introduce them. First of all, Ukraine becoming a member of the EU is a shared interest of all democratic European countries, and it will have positive results in the fields of security, economy, or energy. Second, during the accession process, we must find a realistic balance. Of course, Ukraine has to adopt democratic reforms and meet all the criteria, but we must keep the momentum, provide Ukraine all necessary assistance, and avoid falling into a bureaucratic trap of never-ending accession process. Third, Ukraine will need to be reconstructed. This applies not only to the economy and the infrastructure, but also to the democratic institutions and the civil society. EU accession process can actually be a very useful tool in this regard. Integrating Ukraine market and the whole economy will help the Ukrainians, but it's also in the EU's economic interest. On the other hand, this is not only European responsibility. The whole democratic community has to be involved in the process. And I would be very happy if Prague would be some kind of hub of it, because we can make this possible as well. Fourth, the very important aspect is the justice. All those that have committed the war crimes must bear the responsibility. The system of international justice must show its relevance. Maybe we won't be able to physically bring the offenders to court, but none of their heinous crimes must be forgiven. And finally, and this is extremely important, we must win this war. We have to provide to Ukraine all the necessary assistance, in all cases, I mean militarily, humanitarian, and everything which is necessary. We have to come up with new sanctions against Russia, and obviously to keep it. There is Ukrainian fatigue right now, and military victory is the fastest and shortest way to peace, and this must be considered. This is a war of dictatorship against democracy, and not war only of Ukraine. For Ukraine, it's important right now, and they are facing all this struggling, but this is a war against us as well, against all democratic states and values we share. Our lives won't be better if democracy loses. So this was just a brief introduction. Thank you for joining us with this manifesto. And thank you all for not only the attention, but this is kickoff for the debate, so I'm looking forward to it. And I would use this opportunity as well to thank all the organizers of this conference, which is great as usual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because the theme of the panel is very broad, I kind of, in a working way, divided it to two parts. The first one should be more about immediate action, short-term activities, what we should do. And the second one, in a longer, let's say, recovery and reforming an accession process. And for the first part, let me to ask Ivana and Alexander, and be critical, please. Are we doing what you hoped for? Are we doing enough?
Do you want me to start?
Come on.
Well, thank you. You know, during these couple of days, we heard here, you know, all this wording, Ukraine crisis, Ukraine war, and so on and so on. It's Russian war, and it's not Ukraine crisis. And I think we have to be very, very strict on the terminology. It always matters, and it always helps to kind of clarify our thinking. And nobody has the right to get fatigued from this war until we win it. And, you know, when I was looking at the name of the panel, it says, Free Ukraine, what has to be done? And I was thinking, well, Ukrainian spirit probably is the most free country in the world today. And Ukrainians are the nation that have done for freedom much more than anybody else since the Second World War at this particular moment. So I think that we all understand that we do need a lot of assistance. And there are very clear priorities, very visible priorities, starting from military assistance, a lot yesterday, more, and so on. So starting from airplanes, tanks, and air defense, MLRSs, and so on. Starting from financial support, starting from further pressure on the Russian Federation in terms of sanctions and keeping those sanctions, and here Marketa is totally right, and the possibility to prosecute all those who are guilty of crimes on the territory of Ukraine. But I wanted to ask, and I think that the free world has responded better than the free world has actually thought of itself. That's, let me put it diplomatically. And someone today has been saying that the global community, international community, is always late, and so we see that there is a lot of protraction right now in this war with the assistance. That if we have received some of the military assistance much earlier, we would have been able to protect more lives, to save more of our cities and prevent them from being destroyed totally to the ground and so on. But I wanted to ask about additional assistance that I believe we need right now. And that assistance comes probably a little bit provocatively in this room, because I think we are already, the Western societies and the Western free world is moving from the narrative that Russia cannot win this war to Russia must be defeated. We're closer to that, but I think that nobody is yet there to understand that Russia doesn't have to be only defeated, but has to be fully economically destroyed, not to be able to wage another war against any nation. And this gas station that believes that it is a state has to be deprived of all its possibilities to attack in the future. And maybe, consequently, Russia even has to be divided into different national states. And I think that there is a very little work, intellectual work, being put in the understanding what type of Russia will we have to deal with after this war is over, after we all together will win. And for understanding this, I think we also have to make some lessons learned. The attempt to make Russia democratic has experienced a serious fiasco. And we have to understand why. Because everybody who tried to deal with that probably forgot some of the history of Russian Federation, that it has been living on conquering wars, that it has been always expansionist, that only preemptive action of all the free world, of destruction of this monster, can actually lead to a lasting and peaceful, secure environment in the future. So we need additional help, but that's changing the whole paradigm of thinking, and we are not there yet.
No, I don't think so that we are there yet, and it definitely requires long, deep, and quite careful discussion, because still there is 150 million people which
responsible for this war. These people, it's not Putin's war, and I totally disagree with Chancellor Scholz on this. This is war of Russian Federation, and Russian society, as after Nazi Germany society, has been dealing with the problem of guilt, with the problem of responsibility, with the need to comprehend that. I think the same thing has to happen to Russian society. And that is something that we all have to agree upon and lead to that understanding. Otherwise, they will continue attacking. They will get a breath, they will regroup, and they will attack again.
Yep. Thank you. Alexander, would you like to add something to that, or maybe to focus on a nearer future than on the long-term plan?
Yeah, I'd like rather to summarize, because it has already been said. Generally speaking, we have three major goals. First of all, we need to defend ourselves, to survive. And for that, we need heavy weaponry, because since this is the war of attrition, we need long-range artillery, and it really helps to save lives of our soldiers and our civilians. Second goal is to prevent it from happening in the future. We need strong guarantees of our security in the future, and one of such guarantees is bringing to justice all those all those perpetrators who committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide. Otherwise, it sets a bad example that you can commit aggression and you go unpunished, or sometimes you are rewarded even by the policy of the appeasement of the aggressor. And final goal is to rebuild our country, to give a new hope to our people. And we should start doing that right now, because even in these terrible conditions, because it gives hope to our people. As for whether other countries are doing enough or not, for myself, I divide all the countries, especially the EU members, into two categories. There are countries which are doing everything they can, and they want to do more. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't have enough resources. And these countries are our friends. First of all, the United States, the UK, Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and I would add to this list of countries Czech Republic and Slovakia also, yes. And how I recognize our friends, when they come to Kiev, their first question is, how can we help you? What can we do for you? And there are also countries which are more reluctant, which are unreliable partners. They can do much more, but for some reason they're not doing it. They're finding pretexts not to do it. We have to work with these countries. We have to persuade them, their population. It's also important. I really hope that we'll manage to persuade these big countries to help us and to become leaders. Because to me, the best example is always Estonia, small country with a population 1,300,000. But you know, they're number one if we take GDP. And I wish all other countries would view it as an example, as a role model in terms of helping Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It takes, I think, quite naturally to the question which I would like to ask Viola, what, from the perspective of European Parliament, but let's say European politics, what we can do to keep even with these differences, really proactive friends and more reluctant, but at least they are in the same coach, and they are driving on the same way. But what to do, or what we should do to keep the European unity in coming winter, in coming half a year or 12 months? It's clear that, of course, Putin plays the great energy game, especially with the gas, but possibly we can do much more with electricity prices and act in an extraordinary time more in a robust way and change the market in order to prevent the impact on the business production and on also people, which might bring of course, the social tensions and decrease of a public support of supporting Ukraine. So I know that you are part of the EU-Ukrainian committee, but I presume that you probably also think about the popular support and about the need to have a mandate, basically, at least partially from the public. What you would...
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for having me here amongst all these inspiring partners, politicians, NGO, and change makers. It's great to be part of it, and I couldn't agree more with what Marketa, Ivana, and Alexander have said before. I think before I come to the question, we really need to lobby, no matter how high the energy prices are. First of all, to send weapons, heavy weapons, weapons to Ukraine. Nothing else matters at that moment. And then money and weapons, nothing else counts. And this is extremely difficult. I've been to Germany last week after I've returned from Ukraine, spending there 6 days in the west of Ukraine, talking to many different partners, to ordinary citizens, to IDPs, to traumatized soldiers, kids, grandmas, and so on. And it's so touching. And then you return to Germany, to an Eastern Partner pedestrian zone. You're talking to people like an alien, and this is true. I mean, how to bridge this communication gap, how to explain what's happening in Ukraine. You're coming back, you're explaining what's happening, and still the people are in a state of denial. I mean, this is a challenge. Yeah? On the other hand, I mean, Germany was, was simply denying that it is running into a risk, relying on one gas supplier. On the opposite, they were making fun. They were laughing about Poland and the other countries in the East, or Central and Eastern European country. And now we are asking them for solidarity. Come on. I mean, I can understand why the Polish say, come on. Yeah? Why should we? Yeah? I mean, we were taking precautionary measures in the last 10 years because we knew it will come. And we have told you all the time. And our Ostausschuss, our Committee on Eastern Business Affairs, so to say, were teaching each and everyone in Berlin, oh, come on, no, this is a reliable partner. And all our consumers in Germany, households, were benefiting from this low gas prices. Industry were benefiting from the low gas prices, so they had actually a competitive advantage. And now, where we are in this deep crisis and gas prices have tripled, 4 times, 5 times increased, and people will start a revolution. I'm pretty sure it will. We will face kind of social uprising. It will be very harsh and hard to explain. And now we are asking the Poles and the others, maybe you could be so kind and share your great LNG gas with us. I think this is extremely difficult, and I do understand why. But I think what we have seen on the European energy market were the steps which you try to take, try to cooperate on the supply market, try to make sure that we get this LNG terminal installed as soon as possible, try to close this lacking, I mean, it will take some time, this lacking pipelines, new pipelines, grids, and so on. But, I mean, speaking as a green, I shouldn't say this, but of course we have like an extraordinary idea of this energy transition. This might work, but this is of course not for short term. But we try to implement this idea on each and everyone in the European Union. I'm still convinced this is a good idea, but maybe not everyone would like to follow. And so that is also kind of a clash of cultures. So on one hand, we are teaching everyone Russia is great for the bridging technology on gas. On the second hand, we are teaching everyone, wow, and you have to follow our individual way for this energy transition. So I do understand why sometimes we are the one driving against everyone on the motorway and looking why is nobody following us. So that's what I'm saying. I feel very much home here in this like-minded community, not always in the pedestrian zone of some of the Eastern European cities, Eastern German cities.
Yep, definitely. Well, in a long term, the green transition, it's definitely not against our decreasing.
No, it is.
It's basically, it's convergent, but not in a half year or 1 year. That's the problem.
And if
we would have 5 years or 7 years, if we would start it earlier to get rid of the dependency on the fossil and on the gas especially, we would be much further now, you know.
Not in a few months.
No, in a few years, if we would start earlier.
And with the supply chains and all the problems we are facing now with raw material and then the dependency on China, so this is also another challenge to tackle. Yes, this will be difficult. I'm glad that we have all installed already quite some wind and solar and so on, but at the moment we are looking for short-term solutions and we are asking partners to be solidary with us.
Sure, and we will burn everything what will be possible to burn. That's at least what my close friend, energy, envoy of the Czech government is saying. Let us burn everything what will be possible to burn. Well, but it's not a problem only of us in Europe. I'm very happy that we have Eli here. I was a couple of times in Ukraine since 2014 because we started that time there and always impressed how much Canada was investing into the governance, into some reforms, but also into the military. If the other countries, much bigger, stronger, would invest proportional support into the preparedness of Ukrainian military, it would be much, of course, now it's clear that it will be of a big use, but it was not the case. So if I may ask you to comment a little bit some of the experiences from the last 7-8 years, what do you see now? And you are out of Europe and also, we in Europe are also facing often the same surprise that there is so many countries around the globe which either abstain or they are even against our position or they try to find the reasons why not to join, and we would need them, at least in stronger political support. Ukraine would need them, or our common struggle, let's say, against the barbarian invasion. Can we do more? Because we invest so much into development cooperation, into the support of plenty of countries, and then at General Assembly they vote against us or against Ukraine, against the principles. Please.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, allow me to thank you for having invited me to be part of this today. It is truly a great honor to be here, especially with Ivana, with Alexander, who I've had the great honor of meeting previously. Now, perhaps I should start off by saying that, that Ukraine holds a very, very special place in the Canadian soul. And the reason for that is that we have been blessed as a country that for over 100 years we have had Ukrainians come to Canada. So for those reasons, as I often tell people, Ukraine is truly part of the fabric of Canada. For that reason, we were the first country to actually recognize the independence of Ukraine in 1991. But the best part of it has been that as we watch the horrifying war on our television screens, not for a second has Ukraine become a partisan issue. All of our parties understand full well that our differences have to come to an end at the water's edge, as they generally say in the United States, when it comes to Ukraine. So we are faced with a defining moment. It is imperative that we step up to the best of our abilities. And some of the things that we have done so far is, as you alluded, when Unifier came into existence after the annexation of Crimea, we understood full well how incredibly resilient Ukrainians are. So we were the biggest contributors to Unifier from 2015 to the outset of the war. Let me say that perhaps there's several things that we should consider. I think we're at this point after having seen the heroism and the courage of Ukrainians, where it is no longer okay for anyone to say, well, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We don't know whether Ukraine will prevail or not. we are fully confident and committed to ensuring that Ukraine prevails as soon as possible. It's a defining moment, and the reason why it's such a great time to be here in the Czech Republic is this is one of those occasions where we have to act with the moral certitude of a Václav Havel, recognize the threat that Ukraine is facing and that we all collectively face. This is a defining moment. We have to meet that moment and do everything we possibly can to make sure that this war comes to an end as soon as possible. It's important, as Ivana rightly pointed out, that Putin is held to account for these atrocities. For that reason, we have worked closely with Ukraine to make sure that this case was referred to the ICC, that we provided all the expertise we possibly could when it came to referring the case to the International Court of Justice, but also providing all the resources to the OSCE or the Human Rights Council to make sure that all of these atrocities are cataloged, are documented. And on a personal note, allow me to say this. Several months ago, I had the great honor and privilege of going to Kyiv. And as you can imagine, these are very demanding times on Ukrainians. But one thing that truly impressed me was the seriousness and the sophistication with which the Prosecutor General's office, the Ministry of Justice, are pursuing all these atrocities. They have over 100 units dedicated and devoted to actually making sure that we hold Putin to account. And my last thing, if I may say so, is you're absolutely right, Shimon. There are over 100 countries that have done very little to assist Ukraine. It is incumbent upon all of us and all of our respective countries to make sure that we prevail upon these countries to understand what is at stake here and that they also contribute so we can see Ukraine prevail as soon as possible.
Thank you. Well, let us to move a little bit to what we all hope that it will be coming in a soon future, and it's moving from the ultimate battle for existence, basically, defending own country, to the beginning of the recovery, reconstruction, and deepening the reforms and getting closer to EU. I think it was a very good echo that, of course, the Ukraine should be helped in deepening the reforms, reforming some of the systems and structures and procedures, but not to make it too bureaucratic and too long. And we from Central Eastern Europe, we know that in the day of accession, it's not the end of the process anyway. We are still in the process of, reforming and hoping to improve our society. But if I may ask you, Alexander, would you think that it's possible to combine the reconstruction effort already with basically, and I don't want to say that there were no reforms. I think from 2014 there was an enormous struggle of a pro-European, pro-better governance, let's say, value-based politics and life, people from NGO sector, but also from Verkhovna Rada, from media, from fighting to improve Ukraine, basically, after Maidan. So, which was not easy, because we started 30 years ago, and it was a very difficult process for us, while Ukraine has already 2 tries before. So it's in terms of resources, energy and everything even more difficult. But would you think that it would be possible to combine the basically reforming process with the recovery and reconstruction?
Yeah, it's a great question, because if I'm not mistaken, Zbigniew Brzezinski once said that it's impossible to conduct simultaneously economic and political reforms, because they tend to be mutually destructive. Because in order to have effective political reform, you should have economic stability, and vice versa. To have successful political reform, you need to have a stable economy. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to do impossible things in Ukraine, because we continue our reforms, political and economic, especially in times of war, in terrible conditions of when Russia commits genocide, when it's deliberately targeting our infrastructure, because it wants to destroy us not only militarily but also economically, to turn us into failed state. Yeah. And Russia is afraid most of all a success story of Ukraine, because it will set, as Putin thinks, bad example for Russians. When they see that you can be successful, prosperous democracy, it might destroy Russia. Mm-hmm. That's why he is afraid of a success story of Ukraine. But we are doing this, and I believe that what we need to do, talking about political and economic reforms, as for political reforms, I think that we should develop institutions of liberal democracy. First of all, we need strong and sacred constitutional rights, and second, we need a system of checks and balances, which would support, underpin liberal democracy. This is what we need. Of course, we need to get rid of corruption and to create a rule of law with independent, non-corrupt judiciary. This is how I view the final goals of political reform or constitutional reform. As for economic reform, it's going to be a huge challenge, because millions of Ukrainians have lost their jobs. Millions became displaced persons, millions became refugees, you know. But the biggest challenge for Ukraine in the future, I think, and what I'm afraid most of all, is that we can lose the whole generation of young Ukrainians. And we should do everything to prevent it. We should give them opportunity and hope to come to Ukraine and to rebuild Ukraine. And this is extremely important. And another economic thing, I believe in something which is called entrepreneurial spirit. We need to develop, to fire this entrepreneurial spirit in population of Ukraine. People should be encouraged to create small-sized or medium-sized business, you know, to create the basis of a healthy, resilient economy. This is how I view these reforms. And of course, here we should rely on our partners and our friends. They should help us also with these reforms and rebuilding Ukraine, creating absolutely new Ukraine on the new technological grounds also.
Thank you. Let me to ask Ivana, and I must say that I'm kind of very impressed by the fact that the recent Ukrainian leadership, it's not using war as an excuse for not continuing with the reforms, not having ambitions, not thinking about the future, because it was often the issue in the past, and it's typically in the country which is, you know, fighting with the past, fighting with the partially captured state, a relatively high level of corruption and all of the things, to use the war as an excuse that there is no time to take care about corruption and reforms and future, because we have to first fight. But anyway, the war, of course, creates a certain every war creates certain level of chaos, open some of the space for people which might try to misuse the opportunities for their own profits, not for the public good, but for their own goods. It's an extraordinary time, of course. So would you think that the recent leadership, I'm not only president, but government, and I don't know many, but I know a little bit the Ministry of Infrastructure, because that's a part of the transportation effort which we, as the Czech Republic, made. If there would be enough energy and enough, let's say, drive to keep the momentum of the war in terms of improving the Ukraine in a reform process, judiciaries, communication, transparency, because that's the one option. The second option is that basically the war will slow down these processes because it's create extraordinary circumstances.
Starting from 2014, when the war has actually started, because the war is going on for 190 days and 8 years. And don't forget, almost 15,000 Ukrainians have been killed before 24th of February. More than 30,000, 35,000 have been wounded, a lot, millions have been displaced, and so on. And that was not felt by the whole Europe. We did not create a wave of refugees coming from Ukraine at that particular moment, only with the full-scale invasion that disaster has been happening. And I believe that since 2014, it was the best moment to actually transform our armed forces, and that a lot what has been done has been proven to be efficient because of the resilience and resistance that, and the fight that our armed forces have been capable of putting against a Russian army, so-called second most strongest army in the world. So I believe that during the most challenging time, and even in the war, it is a possibility to transform the country. But there is always temptation to use the war, not only for wrongdoings, but also for changing checks and balances in the country and changing the way of things. And that torch of democracy that today I think is being held by our Ukrainian society and Ukrainian armed forces. So I think the candidacy status for Ukraine is giving a great chance for all of us to be involved in real transformation. And also gives additional responsibility to our authorities, not only in front of the Ukrainian people, but also in front of our partners who have entrusted, the additional step for us to be made with our European future in order to deliver on reform agenda. And I think it's also the society that is not going to allow the authorities to kind of deviate from the reform path. The society which is not going to accept excuses, the society that is not going to be tolerant to corruption, the society that is not going to be tolerating delays and so on. But also, I think the expectations and the devotion that is coming also from our partners and engagement that you can additionally put in right now. And the maybe additional magnifying glass or lens that you could use while Ukraine already having a candidacy status and basically being in pre-accession kind of mode. I think all of this ensures that Ukraine will not deviate from path of transformation. And I cannot imagine how reconstruction would be done with the motto "Build Back Better" without transformation. Yep. That is impossible. And I think that European integration possibility is a great instrument on that path for all of us, and a great inspiration as having this, we are finally having this light at the end of the tunnel. We have been proven that we were proving that we are Europeans for a long time. We had to explain everything again and again that we are European. I don't know who am I if not European. But finally, the European perspective was for Ukraine was agreed upon. That was happening before the last European Council, and it was it was sad because it took a full-scale war to say, yes, Ukrainians, you are European. You are part of our history. You are part of our future. And I think this is one of the mistakes because the mistake of 2008, when we and Georgians were deprived of map, have actually, and the impunity that followed for the Russian Federation, have actually led to all those atrocities that Russia has been carrying on and on in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Syria, and elsewhere. So hopefully we are all mature enough to make this lessons learned exercise altogether.
Yeah. Thank you. It leads me immediately to the question to Viola, because as you now clearly say, it has to come to the war that the Europe wake up and invite Ukraine to be part of European Union, which is of course shame. In the same time, Europe had a lot of kind of a fatigue and lethargy and loss of the orientation and rise of the populism, and also accession of Central Europe with all us troublemakers. Now we are better, but a year ago we were among. Then you have Hungarians, you have the so the West was kind of partially disappointed and seeing that it's very complicated. It's not to defend ourselves, but maybe to explain why we were unable to make this step before. And it's a shame that it had to come to the war, but now it happened. But is it? Because it's partially a gesture to let the President Zelensky to sign the application on the stairs, in the middle of war, and I think it's extremely important because it gives the future. It's a partially the signal of us accepting bigger responsibility. But would you think, Viola, that the relatively strong unity about offering Ukraine, Georgia, the candidate status, it's solid?
Georgia has not been.
It's Moldova.
Moldova. It's solid?
I think, first of all...
what we should do to make it more solid.
It is understood, I would say, by the majority of the European member states that this is not a Ukraine war, but it is a European war.
Okay.
And we have a European unified solidarity and responsibility. What will happen in Ukraine in the future? Well, which is, let's say, still a theoretical concept, and now we have to put more deeds into those words and have to also walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And I think there we are at the very beginning. But what I see, at least in the European institution, in the European Parliament, in the European Commission, even in the Council, I would say, yes, there's a strong commitment to win this war together. Is this true for all the individual member states? Maybe not so much. And then you could split off in the different party section. You said it is crossover. This is probably not true for all the member states, I would say. But nevertheless, no, there's a unity in that respect. And now the next, let's say, step is to really find the money, to find the commitment, to see how we can make Ukraine as an attractive investment place again. And so, as Alexander has said, I don't think there is a lost generation. If we could make Ukraine not just as a peaceful place, but also as an open-minded, tolerant, democratic place, which where we started with a decentralization reform. I think this is extremely important to make sure that each and every municipality has power to generate taxes, to attract foreign direct investment, to have also certain competences and not be afraid of separatism and all this discussion we had before. So I'm actually very optimistic. But for that, first we need to win the war. And this is between us. So I think when the war is over, I'm actually pretty optimistic that we together with the civil society, with the international community, with the commitment coming from the European Union and also, I would say, the private entrepreneurship, the private companies, there's a big will to rebuild together with the people, together with the diaspora, but also it needs more. We need to have social treatment. I mean, this traumatized society, this is not change from one moment to the other. And we need also, I mean, I don't want to go into details, but some of this legislation is still Soviet-like, and some of the mindset of the people is still Soviet-like. Still, we will not remove the oligarch structure in the first moment. So how do we put structures in place that our taxpayers' money is really allocated there where it's supposed to be, and it's not embezzled and misused. So this is a huge, I would say, challenge, but when the war is over, I'm pretty sure we're going to make it together.
Thank you. Well, we Central Europeans, we do have our experiences, how difficult it is to really secure that the EU funds are used in the right way, you know.
You had a prime minister who took quite advantage of that. Yes, I know.
I would like to ask Marketa if she has a short message about what's our main, let's say, experience from. Well, but you were very young when we started the accession process. But you are from a political circle, so you should know. So what would be your comparison? And you also noted that you want to add something. But we have last 5-6 minutes, so please, a minute for each.
Thank you. But I wanted to touch something which was said by Viola in the first part, and I think it's very in common, and it is similar to what I want to say to your last question. I think politicians should be leaders, not followers of the opinion of societies, because this is so important to and this is very similar to our politicians who are populists, that they are just following opinions. And why it's so important right now, it's not only because there is spreading disinformation campaign, and not only by Russia, but in this case, especially by Russia. And of course, this is important to have in mind, that we should explain to people what's necessary, what's in our common interests. And this is something what the leadership is about. And I can admire Ukrainians and their authorities, not only President Zelensky, but others, how they are extremely good at it right now. They are showing us what is necessary to do, and we should follow this example as well. That's why, because we have not only this threat here, there is also China waiting for its chance. I don't want to touch this topic, and but I just want to.
Leave the China for the
Of course, but I think it's important right now to not be blind, and it's very important to see the role in this case, and not only of China but other countries who are not supporting and not playing good role in this war. So I think the perspective for Ukraine in the EU is one very important way. But another, and we discussed it already with Ivana and Alexander on the panel today, is NATO membership as well. Yep. And I fully agree that NATO membership is important and at the same time as well. And we should really do our best to invite and then, you know,
you're talking about the security.
Yes, because we are talking about security issues.
The NATO is.
So this is very important to isolate Russia, to invite Ukraine not only in EU but as well in NATO, and to really not let all dictators, not only Putin, to have the breath and to then invade other countries.
Thank you. Any other short statement to sum it up, please?
If I could just say
Sure.
two things. I am very optimistic about the future of Ukraine. You touched on some of the long-term challenges that Ukraine will contend with. But as you know full well, whether we're talking about the challenge that Alexander identified, which is a country that is enterprising and understands the full potential of being enterprising, or the one that Ivana identified, which is a country where rule of law actually does take root. I think if we look at the experience of the last 6 months, it's pretty obvious that this has been a transformative experience.
Absolutely.
And whether it's with respect to economic challenges or rule of law, the foundation and the building block for both of those dynamics is having faith. And after what Ukrainians have been through, and the faith that they have built in themselves, and not experiencing divisive or not being subjective to divisive politics by Russia, this is a transformative experience, just like it has been an experience that has really woken the Western alliance out of its stupor. So I think we can have full confidence.
Absolutely. I must say that the spirit among the people in Ukraine is fascinating. Among the ordinary, including we have 220 employees, and I was last time in June there, and it's so strong, the spirit, you know, we will win and we will build Ukraine in Europe. Please, Ivana.
Just for us Ukrainians to continue astonishing the world with a positive reconstruction and transformation experience, first we have to survive and win this existential war. Without you, we won't be able to do that, because we definitely can fight, and we will fight for our freedom and for our choice, for our future, but we cannot do that with blankets, without your military support, without finances, without additional shoulder and humanitarian missions. We won't be able to achieve what we all depend upon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was tasked to take 3-4 main messages out of that. So let's start from a future. The optimism, the also accession, the invitation to EU, the wake up on the side of West, the spirit of Ukrainians. There is a very good ground that the Ukraine will in few years make it perfectly well and will be one of the most dynamic parts of Europe, in my opinion. For that, of course, after Russia is defeated, there should be imposed the strong measures to make sure that another round of war will not start in 5 years. Which measures and how to do it, but the measures which will, because it was 7 years, you know, between 2 wars, 8 years. So, and we don't want to witness at all anything similar to that for future. So there should be strong measures used to make sure that it can't be repeated again. In between, or before that, of course, the defeat of Russia, the victory of Ukraine is it's a ultimate condition, and for that Ukraine needs weapons, and money. And for us to be able to overcome the period before we will sort out the energy and Ukraine will win, let's burn what's possible to burn. You know. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Forum, Ivana, Madam Markéta Pekarová, Ali, Alexander Viola, of course. Thank you very much. This is, I believe, Jakube, you will say if the forum is officially over or unofficially over, or what continues tomorrow. So please.
No. We are still not over. We are not done yet. We are continuing tomorrow on China, for example. But I just wanted to invite you for a dinner at 7 o'clock on the second floor. So that's the message from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.